All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, that's not good. The shelf I have my mic stand on is real wobbly. Sorry I missed you last night. I was ridiculously tired. Something I didn't do a good job of fixing last night. Cause I just woke up from a 2 hour involuntary nap on the couch. But we're here. That's cool. You'll notice Grafana above me is busted. I had a Kubernetes outage in my basement because I turned off the light switch and didn't realize it, and then the UPS kicked in, and then the nodes died, or whatever. Then the batteries died in the UPS. And apparently didn't have dashboards I didn't have dashboards mounted persistently, or something. I don't know. That or Grafana switched the storage path or something, and I didn't realize it. So sometime not right now, I'm gonna go through and fix the dashboards and bring them back. All the data should be in Prometheus and everything. It looks like I just mounted the wrong path in the container or something, but I didn't want to bother figuring out and rebuild the dashboard right now. So we got a bunch of stuff to do anyway. So yeah. So I also just noticed that Ivanhoe created a bug earlier, which for some reason didn't show up in the bug announcement channel, which is weird because other bugs and stuff I've done today have gone fine, and other issues or other changes others have made have showed up, but this bug did not for some reason. Whatever. Again, another problem for another day or something. Whatever, it's fine. This looks like a pretty easy fix. We just have to go figure it out and go from there. But it is a bug, so we'll do what it, whatever. So we'll figure it out when we figure it out. But yeah, so earlier today I merged some pull requests that I wrote Friday on the train. Oh, there's still an issue here I missed apparently. What was the issue here? Oh no, okay, nobody reviewed this since then. Oh, does it seem necessary? Oh right, okay, we didn't actually finish this. That's right. Does we fall back to a color for the name for display, or is there something else you're seeing? Display color value must be true and doesn't need to be checked because it's either true. It was. It either was true at line 97 or at line 108. I want to go this way. So. Got it. Yeah, okay. Cool. We can fix that. That's easy peasy to fix right now. But then there's another pull request I have open that I swear I ran the unit tests, but when I run them on my machine, they time out. So we'll have to fix that. But let's get this one real quick. Because it should be easy peasy. Anyways, hope you're all doing well. HE rebase minus D default. Keep branch arenas. Alright, it's conversation. No, we don't need that one. That was like 108 or something. Yes. Saying we don't need this. This all gets outdented, but then sure, we can do that. And that, ooh, well, that's definitely what I wanted. Oh. I've been having issues with my keyboard. Apparently I need to clean it again. I was trying to close some terminals before streaming. I was typing exit, but I was only getting EXI. I'm like, oh, I had to turn off the background or the light on the keyboard so I could, see what I'm doing to try to clean it. But I need to like clean it because I just spot cleaned it to like find and get the debris under the T key and get rid of it. And again, as I say every time this happens, I need to stop eating at my desk. It might be convenient, but then is this right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. I was thinking this is bitwise, but it's not. It looks funny, right? We're using this because that's easier to understand, the 65,535 times RGBA. This is a double, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, okay, they're floats, right? So we're taking a percentage of it. That's what's happening, right? So this is like, or it's a float between 0 and 1. 1 is full intensity, 0 is no intensity. So yes, we multiply it by the maximum value to get the value for it. Okay, that should take care of that. Let's make sure this is good here. Oh, Scrifana thing's annoying. Building the dashboard's not super difficult or anything. It's just annoying because I don't have a backup of it. I didn't save it at all. So it's just like, yep, I'm going to have to build it from scratch after I figure out why storage is weird. Alright, good. Everyone's color-coded. Where's Senpai? Did I reboot? Or what happened to Senpai? Senpai should be over here. Oh, Senpai got disconnected when I lost the Kubernetes cluster. 192.168.1.220. What did I call this? I like had to add a network or something? Oh, no, I just have to rejoin the channel. It rejoined, okay. There we go. Oh, Pidgin 2's at Opera now. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so like this is stupid, right? So Senpai knew that I was in Pidgin, but it didn't rejoin it? What the hell? This is one of the things we're trying to solve with the conversation managers. Like IRC clients do this by default for some reason. I guess like they think people are in a lot more like transient rooms than they're not, but I think that's totally the other way around. Right? We're like, you want to be in the 30 rooms you're in all the time, but that one room that you just show up in occasionally, sure, who cares, right? But yeah, all right. Well, anyways, hey, there's Senpai. Okay, but yeah, so that looks fine. Let's make Senpai send a message. Ugh. Okay, yep, they're the same color and everything. Yep, good. One of the other reasons of using the widget and everything for that is the colors are consistent. We don't have to worry about calling another function. It's all just displayed the same way. So. Oh, 3773. Come on. What is that up there? There is and address issue. Cool. All right, that one's easy peasy. So yeah, so in Ibis, the support for the altnic. So I didn't try troubleshooting this at all. I went to land it, it didn't work. I was like, ugh. Like we'll have to deal with this later. So when you run turtles, it just times out for 30 seconds when it gets to the actual unit test. I'm pretty sure I did this, but it's looking like I didn't. I'm hoping it'll tell me exactly what client it is, but or what test it is in the client test. But we'll see. Hopefully. Here we go. Yeah, it doesn't tell me what actual test it was. Alright, so altnic full, and then, or null. I'm guessing it had to be the next one? Alright, what do we all have here? That's real name. So there's supposed to be an altnic empty. Wait, what? There's nothing even to this test. Um, like, this is a property test. We're just testing that it'll let us set specific values. Why is this timing out? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's nothing here. We made altnic possible to be an empty string. So we don't have to do the test assertion anymore. Um, why don't we just do a test altnic and we do all of these in one place? What we're really doing here is we're just making sure these are valid values. Although arguably, like an empty string should be a problem, but I think when we use it, yeah, ultimately it doesn't matter if it's empty or not, so that's fine. Okay, that's the problem. Oh, I didn't need that. Okay, and then we're going to change this to just be get altnic, or altnic. Alright. What a stupid problem. Oh, these test anyway? Yeah, well, you know why Pidgin 2 tends to crash a lot? Yeah, that's why. There's no test. What? Test client? What? How did I break all of these other tests? I mean, they were probably broken before, but like, I didn't touch anything else there. Uh-huh. All right. $122. Real name should be null in test clients. Oh, right. So this pull request also changed a bunch of stuff. Or maybe not a bunch of stuff, but yeah, it never returns null. Okay, that's okay. Oh, this is dumb, but okay. I hope this will work right. We'll see what happens. What line was this? This was 122. Because this returns a translated string, this might be a problem. Oh, specifically. That'll depend on my case cluster? Yeah, something like that. Do we want to set this here? The context of this would be weird. I don't know that get text is smart enough to split this out, maybe? Maybe we shouldn't do this part. Oh, we did it specifically for this part. Let's let's not do this part because this is gonna get weird and funky, right? And then we're giving potentially erroneous results, right? Let's do return client real name, right? So we get the actual real name, the actual property. If this client, what do I want to call this? Because we're gonna have to do the same thing for the username. How do you let our Raspberry Pi 5 will not boot and self-install if you feed it blank as? Oh no, I did not know that. Interesting. Oh, do you mean our Pi 5 or do you mean the Vision 5 too? Okay. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So it just does like a network boot install thing like a Mac does? That's interesting. There's got to be some magic there. Um, like maybe you could, DNS override, or maybe you can just Pixie boot it directly. I don't know. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. It's just weird that they would put that in the firmware, but I could also see them putting it in the firmware, right? Um, so what we want to do is we want this to be a helper function. We don't want this to be API. Right, because the only place we really want this to be, I always forget if usable has an E or not. It does not. Kind of like it. You haven't played with it much, but that would be a nice way to boot a whole cluster up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I just use the RPi imager because that way I can load my SSH key and everything on it right away. And you can set host names and stuff too. It makes it real easy. And it remembers your settings between invocations in the program and stuff. So yeah. Everyone's like, "Well, I can just use DD." It's like, yeah, but RPi imager does way more than just running DD. Like I said, you can set host names. You can add SSH keys. You can set the password on your account. There's a bunch of other stuff you can do. Actually, by imager, we can just look, right? Oh, apparently I have to choose everything first, and I don't have choose OS, right? You can it'll just go and download all this crap for you. So you can do other general purpose OS. Apparently they only have Alpine and Ubuntu here. I thought FreeBSD was here or something. Freemium and paid for OSs. Oh, Android, interesting. 3D printer operating system, digital signage OS. Right, but okay, so yeah. No, we don't want on Raspberry Pi other, and then you say light 64-bit because who wants all that stuff? I don't have storage connected. So actually I can BS some storage real quick. Ugh. This is what it looks like? Okay, yeah. So they clearly just did the same thing. what's on this 128 gig SD card, but we're gonna. I'm not actually gonna write it out or anything, but we'll see. Okay, a second. All right, so you do all this, then you hit next. Would you like to customize settings? And you can say edit settings, and boom. All right, so you can set the host name. So last one I did was Reaper04. That's my Raspberry Pi. Username, whatever the hell password I stored in there. You can set up static, or you can set up wireless, right? So you can put in the SSID and the password. You can set your time zone. There's my public key, right? So my account will just automatically get that. You can eject the media when you're done. Ooh, enable telemetry. Turn that off. Play sound when finished, right? So there's a bunch of little stuff. It's like, oh yeah, it's not a big deal if you're just doing one or two, but if you're doing a couple of these, yeah, it's real annoying. But as you can see, it remembered everything. So we're fine. No. Let's continue. No. Right? So, works well. Nice little thing. Is there any time zone about UTC? Well, so that's the deal, right? Most Linux distros now, they set the hardware to UTC. But then, your user clock gets set to whatever your actual time zone is. So everything shows up as your normal time. But, the server actually thinks everything is UTC. Like, we don't do this stuff where, like, the hardware clocks are not UTC anymore. And so many people struggle with UTC. It makes sense that way. You know, other stuff set up with one apt-get install command. Do you have a package or something for that? I looked at doing that a long time ago, and I never did. All right, we're going to need to get usable real name or username too. I'm going to put that there, and then return client username. Like if at some point it makes sense, it might make sense to expose this, but usable. This is username. Do a lot of yeah. No, like I used to do a lot of Debian packaging too, and I'm already kind of a Debian maintainer, but not exactly. So whatever. But like I don't know. I get to the point where it's just like not just Ansible everything. It's easier because I've got to do more than just Debian. Right, so like, oh great, I can use Debian for that, or I can, do stuff that's actually going to work everywhere. 126. What's wrong on 126? I forgot that. That's going to make a big difference. You're a full dev shop? Yeah, and that's fine, right? But like all our build agents and stuff, that's just where it makes sense for me to use Ansible. Come on, man. Oh, right. So I started changing that one task. We need to change that back. Just delete that. Or a question relating to visualizing infrastructure. Would you be interested? Sure. I don't know that I can necessarily help, but you can ask, sure. Assertion failed. Null equals Nick. Right. So, did we change that all here? Let's go. Return to dust. Welcome. I mean, hack the planet. They're trashing our rights. Hack the planet. It's been a while since I've watched that. I should give it a go. Did we change the test in this pull request? Or was that part of I did pdiff, didn't I? Yeah, what the fuck? we remove this now. At least that's not in the pull request, right? Like, I don't feel like we should be doing the fallback. We were doing the fallback. Ugh. Um. Yeah, like this. I don't know. We're gonna get rid of this for now. This might be seen as a breakage or something, and I really don't care. Like you asked for a property, we shouldn't give you something that it's not necessarily it, right? If we had another function for get real name with fallback, cool, but we don't have that. Nobody else is calling this, so who cares, right? Get nick, get context, get connected, registered, get error, get capabilities, get source prefix, get registered, right? That you shouldn't need to call it with the fallback. So, do you have tips around best visualizing infrastructure? The context is you have 200 plus services hosted in Kubernetes and deployed through Terraform. Most of the services are a transformer reading from a topic and writing to another. I'm not sure how to go about visualizing that without it being too hands-on, i.e. manual. So I would say maybe there's a way to spit it out with like GraphViz or something. Is there like a Terraform to GraphViz? Apparently, maybe. So this looks like it's going to spit out one of these guys. That's maybe doesn't have as much detail as you want, but that's somewhere to get started, right? It looks like there's just a graph command in there, but not as detailed. Yeah. I don't know. Your other option would be to do like coup control get services minus the O YAML or something, right? And then work with it from there. Like that might be the option, right? Like does that work? Oh, that'll help. Oh Jesus, come on. Oh yeah, there you go. Right. Oh, I should probably not show my tail scale stuff. So that looks like it's an option. What do I have here? That's we can do it on the normal Kate, so that should be fine. Yeah, this is all internal shit, right? So you could go through here, find specific stuff, you know, and then you can process the YAML. Well, wait, I asked for. Oh, I did YAML. I was like, why did I get YAML? Right, and then go through this, and then maybe time together or something. I don't know. Just an idea. So, all right. Anyways, back to here. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful for you. I probably have to update the docs for this change too. I mean, it's not our leak. It's a sub-process stuff. Okay. Which, do we need that anymore? Why did we use a bear in there? Alright, whatever. Um, where was this? 139. Okay, so real name and username don't allow you to set it to null or something? Okay. No, we need get username. Oh, we did this from the beginning like this. Oof. What version are we currently on? This is going to be 11. Before version 0.11.1, this used to fall back to the if it was unset. Yeah. Used to fall back. It was unset. Since then, it only returns the actual value of property at client : username. We have to do the same thing with real name. I'm just going to copy the format here. Right, it did say Nick in here. Oh, making a mess. Yeah, okay. It's used to fall back to if it was unset. Since then, it only returns the actual value of real name. Burning points, alright. I did not miss a hydrate? Okay, cool. How's it going, Wrapped? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, run the turtles, make sure the docks are good entirely. Alright. Uh, 3785. You're going for lose glasses, but misclicked. Sure you were. That one sucks so bad too. It's so not good. It's so hard for me to see without my glasses. Okay, I'm like, this looks really weird for whatever reason, but that's fine. Okay. Fix the infinite loop, the unit test, and make get username and get real name only return the actual values. Yeah, it's fine. But I'm doing all right, Rapt. How about yourself? Is there a typo in there? I was trying to look at it earlier. Um, but yeah, for those of you that weren't here for the initial response, so you all may recall that my Kubernetes cluster in the basement, I keep forgetting to, well, not for, well, yeah, I keep forgetting to deal with it, but it's plugged into an outlet that's tied to the light switch for the basement. Um, and I was down in the basement earlier, and I must have turned it off, and the battery kicked in, kept it alive for a while, and then it ran out of juice, right? So apparently I have the wrong mount point for the Kubernetes or for the Grafana data because I lost my dashboards. So even though I have a persistent volume claim in Kubernetes, that claim, when I look at it, it's an NFS share. It's empty. So I need to fix that later and then rebuild the dashboard. But our days are clicking away as for Experimental 2. Remember, Experimental 2, we said we are going to release on March 31st. And let me see. Cal minus 3. Yeah, so it is the 28th of January, which means we're almost to 60 days. And there's a lot of stuff I want to get into Experimental 2. And I guess there's enough people here. We can talk about it. So I don't think I've mentioned it publicly on stream, but I mentioned it publicly in Discord earlier, right? I did drop the whole story. Yeah. And I said the same thing that I don't think I mentioned it publicly. So if any of you listen to Cory Doctorow's podcast, and you're up to date, you will know that he is starting a new series about enshittification and the web in general and stuff like that. And that they're trying to record everything in last week and this week. Well, today he did a recording with me. And the reason I was in the basement was they wanted a tour of Pidgin headquarters. And I was distracted with my laptop and boom, flipped the switch. But anyways, so that podcast, they didn't give me the exact dates of when it's going to air, but it has lots of people I don't think I should be at an equal level of, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. They only mentioned 2 of them. They didn't, I didn't ask who else they were talking to or anything, but who they were talking to so far, I was like, oh, I don't like they're a tier above me at least. I think maybe 4 or 5. I don't know. But anyways, that series is going to release in April. So I am expecting some level of influx of interest in Pidgin. Because of that, what that influx is, I don't know. But I would like to have our, the best, I'd like to have something decent for all those people to see and find, right? So that's, I'm going to be pushing pretty hard these next 2 months to try to make that happen. Ideally, my goal with Experimental 2 was always to have another protocol semi-working. We did a poll on Discourse a while ago. A little bit up here. Oh, no, that's not it. And the winner of that poll so far is XMPP. So the goal here for XMPP is it's going to take a lot of work, but we're not looking for full functionality by any means. But it would be nice to be able to have DMs working in XMPP in the next 6 months. That's a long path to get there. And so we're getting to the point where we have quite a bit of stuff done in Pidgin 3, UI wise and libpurple wise. And we're going to need more protocol stuff to test more stuff, right? We're going to need more protocols that implement different things to start testing more of that. So that's going to be our focus for this next 2 months. Fix any other bugs, that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I may or may not be on streaming more often. I don't know. Depends. We'll see what happens, right? But there's going to be a lot of code coming out, especially stuff for Zeem. We have to figure out the design problem with what we're trying to do with Zeem, so we can move forward with it. Which, that just got backseated because we had to do something to get to the release. And now we want to get XMPP to that point, so that needs to happen. So All right, that said, we're going to publish this. But yeah, so I'm looking very forward to that series and everything. And we'll see how it goes. Obviously, I will, publish or repost it and everything when it comes out, because they're going to tell me, of course. And we'll go from there. But yeah, we had a good talk. We started at 2 p.m. my time, and I think we hung up at about 4:45. Obviously, not all that's going to be in the podcast, everything. It's fine. But yeah, it's a good time. So, okay. That's all there. That's good. But yeah, so like what I tell everybody, Pidgin's more than just writing code. It's this kind of stuff too, right? Because Pidgin's been around forever. We've been, trying to give users better options for how they communicate and stuff like that for years. Trying to make sure things are they have privacy options, stuff like that, right? So it's I totally lost my train of thought here. But anyways, yeah, that's the deal. So all right, what else was I working on? I thought I had something else going on here, but maybe not. Software developer is only 10% code. That's very true. Well, so it depends. Senior software developer, that's probably true. Even like principal engineer and stuff like that, yeah, those you don't write nearly as much code. But there's all these other things that are going on and stuff like that. But 10% still sounds kind of low. But like junior and just software developer, they're doing way more than that. But the seniors, the principals, what's the other one? Am I thinking architecture? Like architectures wouldn't write code, but there's something else there around principal. 40% arguments community and maintainers prove your existence. Yeah, staff engineer. Yes, thank you, Mr. Left Pickle. That's it. It's hyperbole to say the development involves a lot of other things. Yeah, or yeah. But yeah, so there's all this stuff that's always going on in the background and stuff, and like the idea of doing quarterly releases for Pidgin 3 until we get to something, that started as more a matter of let's just be consistent. Like we'll try to make a big goal for something big. We want to get into each one of them, right? But we need to be consistent, right? Like Ubuntu, they or other Linux distros, they have a release cadence, and we need to set one to be like, hey, this release wasn't a fluke, right? So we'll see. The Linux is 10% to hear Linus harsh comment. Yeah, I can see that. Spend about 10% of your time coding, 30% of the time on conference calls, 40% of your time trying not to catch an assault charge because of junior engineers. That's hopefully that message will disappear and people will forget about it. Otherwise, that could become Exhibit A. Oh, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't have said that publicly. Right? Like I said, you don't want that to become Exhibit A. All right, I can't see my screen right now because of, my favorite issue, a cat in the way. So, we'll see here. That'll work well remote from you? Okay, well, that helps. But, with GPR out, who knows? All bets are off now, right? So junior engineer, you're a little worried. He's saying in jest, but sometimes junior engineers, like the senior engineers, oftentimes forget what it's like to be a junior engineer, right? We get at this stuff. We've been at this stuff for so long. There's stuff that we don't even remember learning, right? It just feels like it was intrinsic. Like we just one day knew it, right? Not to sound, like prophetic or anything, but so it's like, how do you not know this, man? Right? But it's not your fault, right? Everybody learns at their own level, stuff like that. I think the biggest thing a junior engineer should be aware of, maybe not even aware of, but just consider, like, if you're not certain about something and if you know it has consequences, ask. Right? Obviously, you can't ask the seniors or the other developers every single time, but if there's something you're really not sure about, just ask, right? Because the non-junior developers don't want to necessarily clean up after something when you could have asked a question and the whole entire issue could have been avoided, right? And stuff like that. But like likewise, a lot of times with some of this stuff, it comes down to like access control. Like, should junior developers be able to push to prod? No, but neither should senior developers, right? Like, there should be like a multiple key system to push directly to prod. Otherwise, there should be safeties in place, and like the continuous integration stuff should be the one pushing to prod. Obviously, that's not always doable, but that's what you strive for, right? Because junior, senior staff, um, I forgot the other one, um, whatever engineers, we all make mistakes, right? The thing is with the seniors, we've just made a lot of mistakes and are still here. That's ultimately what it comes down to, right? And we learn from them. So you have a lot of knowledge, a lot of things, and you take it for granted and just use it. Yeah, exactly. But the path to that wasn't bed of roses. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Like my Kubernetes cluster, and I look at my Grafana. Yep. I've been doing this stuff how long? And I got my volume mount in the wrong place. Luckily for me, it's not that I didn't lose data, it's that I didn't lose important data, right? It's gonna suck rebuilding the dashboard, but do I lose anything? Sorry, we miss a stream where we don't have the metrics and stuff up there. But like all the metrics and everything are still in Prometheus, just lost the dashboard. So cleaning up after someone, we did that a lot at a certain place. No comment. Oh my god, if you're asked to do something with a certain tool or do it a certain way, please do it that way. Yeah. It would always make sense, but the senior guys probably didn't tell you the whole story. Yeah, yeah. And like, you know, the non-junior people are also usually have a lot on their shoulders, right? So like, we can't necessarily tell you everything and stuff. But no, that the SWK, that brings up a good story. I was talking to our support staff the one day, and I was like, hey, as you're in here doing stuff, do whatever you need to, but do not click that button. Right? That's a total senior engineer thing where it's just like, don't click that button. And then of course one of them was like, but why? And I'm like, so we don't exactly know why yet, but when you do that, it will cause something to mess up and misconfigure a server, and then we have to go in and manually fix it. So, like, unless you need it immediately, you know, like if you need it immediately on a certain server, this is to like tell the server to update its salt stack data. It's like, so if you need a server directly, just log into that server and run salt, right? But don't hit that button because that's going to create more work for me. And if you do click that button, tell me you clicked that button so I can just go and do the fix right away, right? Because we haven't automated the fix yet, because we've got other pressing matters to deal with. But in the meantime, that fix allows somebody to log into a server that they couldn't normally log into with a certain method. And it's just like, so like they don't necessarily get to it all the time. So then it's a matter of, did it work or not? Or like, why is it broken? What changed, right? And then we have to go through the whole process, and it's, oh, their password got removed by Salt. So it's one of those things where it's just like, yep, there's all sorts of stuff going on. We can try to make notes and stuff, but people don't always check notes. So a lot of the time, stuff just lives in our heads, and it doesn't always get conveyed out to everybody, which is unfortunate, but true, right? Oh, we have to do all of... I still want to get this done. This is supposed to be done for EXP1, and right now I don't know if this is going to get done for EXP2. We'll see. That's a month ago even. Ugh, yeah. All right, so there is something that's much more important right now that we should probably work on. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's look at this. So I've got a feeling I know what this is. I wrote a comment in here saying this is probably us freeing an error that we passed to Ibis client disconnect, which takes ownership of the error. We must have changed this at some point because I had to fix one of these previously. So I just want to quickly grep for this in the code base. And if we have, or you know, for any of them that we find, let's make sure that we're not freeing the error. It helps if I don't have a space at the start. But anyways, how's it going, Jason? Hope you're doing well. We are not calling this anywhere. Uh-oh. Okay, so this has got to be an Ibis then, where this is happening. Because, like, if it's not in Pidgin, no air got passed in. That's the disconnect method. Prototype. We pass in the air. We do not free the air here, do we? No. We create a new air. We pass it in, and that's fine. Okay. We've got another one here. We create an air. Yep, that looks all right. Oh, you know what? This might be a different option. When were these fixed? What version of Ibis is Pidgin on? We just updated this recently, though, didn't we? But have we released Ibis since we fixed those? We might have, we might not have. We've been busy as hell lately, and work's becoming even busier due to launching this year. Yep. Found out the replacement software at the last company still isn't launched. Yep. It happens. Okay, so we should be on 11.0. Did we fix anything in Olibis? Hmm. Nope, doesn't look like that should have been affected. After some quick investigation, that doesn't look to be the case. He's not gonna have the status window anywhere. We don't have sub-project versions in here, do we? No. That'd be cool, but whatever. So the problem is, how did we get to here? Well, we called Ibis client get error. Oh. His terminal turned it into Markdown? Right? That's what all these extra stars are about. I was like, why are there all these extra stars here? That's because it's bold. So the read callback read something. So the read callback on 321. All right, let's offset a little bit. That's fine. If you have a core, are you? I don't know. I don't think you can do this with core without an instant, but if you have a core or the crash is still live, can you print or p line, which is what we should have read from the server. I hate BT full. Like, you got to remember, Pidgin is, for all intents and purposes, single-threaded. There's threads that happen as, like, just to make stuff happen in the background, but, like, everything still gets processed on the main thread. So BT full gives this whole absolute too much data where it's just like, man, I got to sift through all this shit now, when really all I need is a stack trace, right? So ideally, if this happens again, and he can go to frame 2 and print out line, then we'll be in better shape, right? But I'm not sure how we, well, so yeah, I'm not sure how we bounce around to this to there. So yeah. P line on frame 2, what we should have gotten from the server. If not, no worries. No worries. If you can reproduce, get it, that would be cool. But yeah, like normal backtrace, I much prefer normal backtrace. Because otherwise, BT full, this is going to be 8 pages of shit. And I'm going to have to search for one little line like this. It was just attached to the core file? Yeah. I mean, to be clear, Ivanhoe is one of our crazy patch writers, so he wouldn't have done that. He knows not to do that. What SWK is referring to, for those of you that don't know, is a core file is basically the dump of the process as it was in memory when it failed. So like some people think that you can debug from that core file, and maybe is the answer. But generally you can't, because that core file is, like I said, the process in memory. So if any single one of the libraries in the dependency tree that make up the application is different at all, the core file is meaningless, right? You can't load it up, you can't rebuild it, you can't get it back to its old state. It'll only work on the system where it was. And even if you ran updates on your system, since that core file was created, the core file is now not corrupt, but it won't work anymore. So that's like, core files are cool, but they also suck. If that makes sense. Speaking of, did my core dump control figure itself out yet? Nope. Oh, Firefox crashed a couple times. Lovely. Ccache crashed? Lovely. I don't know what's going on, but my core dump control is not saving cores. So, sucks to be me. So my local Pidgin 3 instance just runs in GDB all the time. So if it crashes, I'll be like, why is the UI not, oh, it crashed. Right, why is the UI not responding? Oh, it crashed. Jump over the terminal, and then I'm in GDB for it. But it'd be nice to be able to use core dump control, because then it'll just crash. I'll have it regardless and whatever. But it's okay, right? Could be worse. So, all right. Anyways, back over to here. So one of the things we should do real quick, that we started a while ago, but I never finished because I got caught up in a whole bunch of bullshit. We should probably do that sooner rather than later too, but that we can't do. Where the hell is this? Okay, yeah, that's a cool thing we should do, but we don't have yet. This guy right here, create conversation dialogue. We need a way to create conversations. That is DMs and group DMs. I started some work on this a while ago, but got blocked by something that was missing. I think it's resolved now, so I need to look at my old branch. I might throw the branch away. Depends on what's there. Basically, this should have an account selector, an entry, a space for an error, and a submit button. It should grab a purple create conversation details from the protocol, and the account drop down, or when the account drop down changes, from the account in the account drop down, which of course will have to be filtered for protocols that implement creating conversations. If contacts can be found in the contact manager, search async and search finish should be used to populate them. We're going to skip this part right now. And we're going to skip creating group DMs, right? We're just going to take whatever you have and put it in just to get something going. And that'll give us, a basis to get started. So we're going to not put this feature in yet. We're only going to support a single username and so on, but we'll go from there. Could be way worse. You're constantly running under Valgrind and complaining it's so slow. Yeah. One of the biggest reasons we have as many unit tests as we do, aside from the fact that, unit tests are good and you should have them, is Valgrind, right? Those of you that don't know, Valgrind is a tool that helps you find memory leaks in your code. That is memory you've allocated but not freed. It'll also alert you to memory errors and other stuff like that. So while it's not ideal that we're not, constantly running Pidgin under Valgrind, which, as SWK said, it's going to run really slow when we do that. But by building and running the unit test under Valgrind, we can confirm rather simply whether or not we've introduced new memory leaks or anything like that. So that's definitely helpful. But at some point, we still need to go through and somebody needs to run Pidgin under Valgrind occasionally and make sure we're not leaking memory. Which reminds me, I need to set that up. One of the things I want to do with my long-running Pidgin 3 instance, right, the one I'm actually running all the time, is I want to get those metrics into Prometheus and Grafana so I can look for memory leaks, right? Because the thing about memory leaks is you generally don't even notice that they're happening until you the program crashes because it's out of memory, and the kernel won't give it anymore, or so you just happen to be looking and you're like, why the hell is Pidgin using 4 gigs of memory, right? Um, so if I have my local instance running in Grafana, I could even display it here on stream, and we just see it over time, and then be like, oh, okay, it's supposed to be around here, and it's growing up gradually, not like exponentially or anything. So yeah. All right, what are we doing here? Using 64 gigs of RAM idle? Yeah, exactly. Great conversation. We are currently on revision 48.9, almost 49,000, and this is at almost 48,000. There's been 1,000 revs in between. Lovely. Will it rebase? Not quite, but okay. Pidgin application. Oh, this should be relatively straightforward. Still better than an Electron app? Yes. You do not need 2 terabytes of RAM to run this. I'm really waiting for that day when an Electron app is in terabyte range. Did we... Oh, wow. This is so old. This still said G-Car. Okay. That was not the conflict I was expecting to see, but okay. Okay, that's the only one apparently. Cool. Application. Let's see. You think, but not always. Yeah. In one piece of code that could a box about 30 seconds. I mean, we just call them fork bombs, but the accidental fork bombs are the ones you have to look out for, right? All right, so how far did I get in this? We've got the widget, which we should probably change this around a bit. We've got the action. The widget right now is just a GTK window. Yeah, see, I started trying to add all the features and everything in. And this is something I need to stop doing, right? It's great to get something right the first time, but it's okay to get an MVP out first, right? So like we don't need to put auto completion and all this other stuff in there when, we can just make the basics work and go from there first. All right, well, let's see. What does this sucker look like? Oh, my voice is getting tired. Like I said, excuse me, I was on that interview for nearly 3 hours. Oh, man. Here we are streaming another hour 10. So, yeah. Box is opening a socket to a number of services, but if the service was down, it would leak the socket and try again. Oh, no. Only problem, your test was right with 10,000 connections to one service. Yep. Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier, if anybody listens to Cory Doctorow's podcast, he's been mentioning that he started a new podcast series talking about enshittification on the web. And he's going through and interviewing a bunch of people that are fighting the good fight for an open web and stuff like that. And he was kind enough to consider me for one of those interviews as well. So that's supposed to come out in April. They didn't give me a better time frame. They're going to release it whenever they release it, right? Yeah, so I had that interview today. I just said it's like so Cory Doctorow, which if you don't know him somehow, I don't know. He's an author. He's the guy who coined the phrase enshittification. This is his website where he talks about a lot of stuff. He has an old-fashioned link blog at Pluralistic. His podcast is the Cory Doctorow podcast. But yeah, let's see. My name is in this book. This book mentions Pidgin. I can't remember if the bezel mentions Pidgin or not. I think Pidgin's mentioned in Red Team Blues as well. Right now, I am reading Attack Surface, I think. I don't remember. I'm like a chapter in on one of these. A while ago, there was a humble bundle with all his nonfiction work, and I grabbed it. I've just slowly been churning through it. But yeah, there's a funny story. So when the bezel came out last year, he did a book signing down in Chicago, so I had it down there for it. And I'm just minding my business, being a normal person, whatever. And I of course paid for him to sign a copy of it, and blah blah blah, and whatever. So it gets up to for me to get up and wait in the line for him to sign my book, and because they just kind of staggered it out, whatever. So then the person in front of me finishes. He looks at me, stands up, and goes, "I know you." And everybody that was still in the bookstore looked at me like, "Who the hell is this that Corey knows?" And I'm just like, "Oh, no pressure, no pressure." Right. So, but yeah. So this podcast series he's doing is going to be released in April, and we'll see from there. So should be fun though. Should be fun. All right. So now we've got great conversation. As you can see, we got real far. IRC should definitely be implementing create conversation. But maybe we didn't do that part yet? Or was it not online? It might not have been online yet. Nope. What the hell? All right, so let's look at this. Pidgin, create conversation dialog.c. So, actually, it's probably in the UI. Yeah, and it sucks too. So he has another book coming out. I can't remember the title of it. But it's new, so whatever. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. He has another book coming out, and he has a book signing in Chicago on April 3rd or 4th or something. But the only problem is I've already bought a ticket for CypherCon. And CypherCon this year. Also, you may recognize that name right there. Mr. Johnny X's. He and I just gave a talk at DamonCon last week. If anybody wants to have a Windows 95 nostalgia, but hey, look, there's me. We talked about it's just talk one. Okay, this site has a number of issues, as I've noticed, but it's okay. Oh, okay, they didn't really say what the talks were about. Okay. But we talked about the whole SSOTR plugin, the malware plugin that, I got social engineered into linking to. But then, we caught the guy and all that stuff. But yeah, so Johnny's doing the keynote at CypherCon. Where is the actual, stuff? But anyways, it's right at the top, April 3rd to the 4th. But then there's also B-Sides Milwaukee on April 2nd. So it's just, schedule's not going to line up to meet up with Corey this year, which happens. Right? It's okay. But I was like, hey, maybe you can come up to CypherCon. Like, you'd be a celebrity here. He's like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm traveling. I'm like, yeah, well, what are you going to do? So, it happens. But yeah. All right, so, where is our account box? GTK box, custom filter, Pidgin filter, connected. But then we have this additional filter here, which... is this done? What the hell? Because we should have done... Where's the bind? That's fine. Purple is protocol conversation. So does IRC not implement that? That's very possible. And if that's the case, we'll build this without it. But I thought we implemented it. Nope, we did not implement that yet. Okay. That's all right. That's fine. So yeah. So So I'm gonna skip all the fancy stuff right now, right? We need that still. Placeholder text. Do we want that to say type contact name? That seems a little too much. But yeah, so anyways, this whole past week for me has been nuts, right? I had something Monday or something, didn't I? I don't remember. But then we released Pidgin 2.14.14 on Tuesday or Wednesday. Excuse me. And then I took the train down to Chicago on Friday to do the conference and stuff. And then today at the podcast, oh, that's what it was. Monday, the open source security podcast episode with me on it aired. Open source security podcast. The new one's out. I haven't listened to the new one yet. It just came out, but hey, oh, he changed the format of this, or something got blocked. I don't know, or is it because I'm zoomed in? Nope. All right, whatever. Josh is tinkering with stuff. That's fine. But yeah, so if you want to hear him interviewing me about what it's like to maintain Pidgin over 20 some odd years, there's that episode. But then we released 2.14.14 last week. Then I was in Chicago to do a talk. Then I had another interview this week. Busy, man. FOSDEM's in a few days? Yeah. One of these days I got to make it to FOSDEM. I really wish there was like a bigger open source conference here in the US that wasn't like or OSCON, because OSCON isn't like FOSDEM, GUADAC. Those are very different conferences than OSCON. And I don't even think OSCON's a thing anymore. And like we just don't really have much anymore. I guess I've been told Strange Loop was kind of like what I'm looking for, but Strange Loop isn't. Or they're not doing it anymore, so I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've never been to Scale. Scale conference. Oh yeah, there is all things open. Although I've heard good and bad things about that. But this is SoCal. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't feel open sourcey though, right? Software engineer at Meta, co-founder at Dagger, security advocate Datadog, maybe interesting there. Father distributed systems, that's probably good talk. Security and infrastructure, maybe. Consulting engineer, right? Okay, sure. What is this? March 6th? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make that with that short of a time frame. But, yeah. Your coworker that goes to FOSDEM often also goes to Scale. Ah, cool. I mean, like, it's kind of the US FOSDEM. All right, well, I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to be able to go this year, so who knows? Like, it's fine. All right, so... ITW? What is ITW? Integrating with Taiwan. I don't know. Internet Things, Wisconsin. International Telecom Week in DC. Yeah, I would not be there. I still need to figure out if I'm going to ClueCon or not. And if I am, I'm probably going for a day rather than the whole time. But maybe I could stay overnight. I don't know. We'll have to see. All right, we were looking for this guy. We have a changed handler and contact changed. I don't think we care about that right now. We have the search cancelable. ClueCon's lining up with a live event? That sucks. I don't know. I wish there was more conferences in Chicago. Like, Chicago is supposed to be one of the biggest cities in the nation, and like I feel like there's not as many conferences there as I would expect, or maybe I'm just not hearing about them, right? Like, yeah, KlueCon's there, so, but like, I don't know, like all the like developer conferences and stuff, they end up being in like California. Like even like or KubeCon the one year I went to it was in Seattle. I'm like, okay, I guess, but yeah, okay, that's fair. I do not know the conference situation in Canada at all. That is very true. But so anybody here remember Bar Camp? I know this doesn't have anything to do with alcohol. KlueCon has never been. Yeah, I didn't say KlueCon. No, I said Kube. Sorry, Kube. Kubernetes conference, not Clue. Kube. KUBE. KubeCon 2017 or something. North America was in Seattle. But yes, Kube. KUB, not Clue. So Barcamp is an unconference that's basically put on by the attendees, and the organizers and stuff just kind of get stuff set up in so that people can come by and do their thing. So somebody pointed out that the first Barcamp Milwaukee was in 2006. And that next year will be 20 years since Barcamp started for us. However, the problem is that we only made it to we haven't had a Barcamp in years, and our last one for sure was Barcamp 10. And or maybe it was 9. I can't remember. It was 9 or 10. It was 24. I thought the last one was 2014, but then I remembered somebody did one afterwards that I wasn't involved in, and that might have been 2015, but I don't remember if they actually called it a bar camp or not. But anyways, so with this in mind that, it's been 20 years since this started and it's been 10 years since we've had one, and I have been wanting to get this going again for a while, but there's been this new momentum because somebody mentioned that, it's been 20 years, whatever. So I'm currently in the process of getting all of this stuff set up and trying to organize it and find people to help me organize it. Whether or not it's going to happen this year, I don't know. That really depends on what happens. Traditionally, Barcamp Milwaukee was the first weekend of October. We don't necessarily need to stick to that, but after October, you've got Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all the other holidays that are in there. Or actually, the end of October, you got Diwali too. You got Hanukkah in December. Ramadan's in there somewhere too, right? Or no, what's the other one? There's Ramadan and there's another one. One of them's spring, one of them's winter, I think. Something like that. I don't know. Either way, there's a ton of stuff going on at that point. So we'll probably would end up doing it before October, but we'll see. But right now, I'm just trying to get a website up, trying to get some documentation and stuff, and gauge interest and figure out who might want to help. And because I can't organize an entire bar camp by myself. But like I said, the things about a bar camp is it's an unconference. For those of you that have never been to an unconference, there's no agenda. I mean, the agenda that the organizers put together is here's the kickoff time. Here's a good time to take lunch. Maybe there's lunch provided, or somebody from the community brings in stuff, share food stuff, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then here's the end of the day, right? Maybe during lunch there's lightning talks or something. That's it, right? And then the organizers provide the location and the resources and stuff. And then all of the content of the conference comes from the attendees. So one year I did my Rubik's Cube talk, right? rickworld.com/Rubik's PDF. That's where this came from. So I presented this at Barcamp Milwaukee 4, I guess. Maybe it was 5. And yep, this was my presentation at Barcamp. In the past, I had done and Ask Me Anything about Pidgin, and at the time we were using monotone, so it was Ask Me Anything about Pidgin and monotone, and distributed version control systems and all that stuff, and a little bit of discussion, not a whole lot, but yeah. You like to do a conference like that in NOLA? Yeah. Black Cube because Saturn, time space limited. Okay, sure. Sure, whatever. But yeah, so like, you know, all sorts of weird stuff can come out of it. The funny part is when I did this talk, the biggest cube I had was a 7x7. And I joined the makerspace and got a 3D printer because I wanted to make a bigger one. But then Rubik's just like made these guys. Oh, I'm showing you the green face. Rubik's just made these guys, which work. So now it's like, oh, if I'm going to present how to solve a Rubik's Cube, you can see this from across the room. In concept of stereo, I have no idea what you're talking about, Memphis. You might want to give some context. Or not, I don't know. I have to be careful. I use this cube to cover the power button on my tower. Because for some reason, the designers of this case put the power button on the top, and I have cats, and I have to protect that power button. In concept of spirituality, it represents low aspect of human mind, animal mind. Okay. Sure. But, like, we weren't talking about black cubes or anything, so, yeah. Alright, anyways. Back to this jerk of a thing. So where do we have the typing callback, or the change callback? So, we don't want to ask the protocol to search for contacts with a needle less than 3 characters long. Yeah, so this is where I ended up. We're just going to cut this out. Right? We're just going to simplify this. We're going to get rid of the search cancelable because we shouldn't need that right now. We have a create action, that's fine. Bind model. Bind. Change callback. We're going to get rid of that. This is all stuff we'll put back in later. Right now, let's just make something that works, right? And then we can handle the rest of it from there. And we broke some stuff. Oh, yeah. Nope, 240. Again, this is a good example of, you know, don't let good enough become, or don't let perfection become the enemy of good enough, right? It's the whole kind of methodology behind, like, a minimal viable product and stuff. Is like, you know, I spent all this time trying to add these search features where, like, I blocked this for months because I wanted to get the search feature in at the same time. You don't need the search feature right now. The search feature's fine, but we can add it later, right? We're fine right now. Create a conversation and say I want to go to Grim. Oh, I do need to type so I can hit... Okay. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's do that. Or we could do that with a property. Yeah, let's just do that with a property binding. And this will keep the logic out of there. That's fine. I like that idea. So what we're going to do is... This should be doable. No, the action itself should be tied to that. That would be interesting. Thank you, Crazy Crystals, for the 8 months. Greatly appreciate it. How you doing? Even if you're just here to drop a sub, I greatly appreciate it. Oh, I'm gonna need to get more water soon. Alright, so we just have win.create, that's fine. Where do we store that action? We have it... Oh, this is dumb. This is not the way you're supposed to do this. There's a better way to do this. It's like GTK widget class something action. Install action. Alright, install property action. Sells an action name on widget class and binds its state to the value of property name property. This isn't what we want, but this is something that's nifty. This function will perform a few sanity checks on property selected by property name. Namely, the property must exist, be readable, writable, and must not be construct only. It's also restore. Okay, whatever, doesn't matter. But what we want to do is we want to do an install action, and then we'll probably do. We'll probably have to query that out right away to find it. But what we're going to do is we're going to control whether or not that action is enabled by there being at least one character in the search field. We'll change that to be, you know, at least one name at some point. But right now we're just going to assume that one character is a name because, again, we're just going to make this work with single bare strings for now, and we'll deal with the rest later. Because one of the other issues is we're going to need some way to display a contact, and we don't have an easy way to do that right now. So this is just going to be the best way to do it. So, all right. But yeah, so instead of this all nonsense, I don't think we need that. We have, no, we don't have that yet. Oh, right, this doesn't even go here. We need dialogue class in it. Okay, so we have the widget class. So we are going to, oops, come on. Apparently that key needs to be cleaned too. I need to clean my whole keyboard. Okay, widget class, what was it? Add property, or install action. Install action. Widget class, comma. Yep, widget class. Then the action name. The action name should contain the whole thing with a prefix. So here it says clipboard.paste. So we currently were naming this win.create, but we're going to name it conversation.create because that's just a little bit better, a little bit more descriptive. Wish I could see my screen, but I got a cat in the way. I have an obstructed view of my monitor. Do I do any side projects? I mean, there's a bunch of side projects, but they're all related to Pidgin. You know, whether it's Hassel, G plugin, Zeem, Ibis, Mina at some point we'll get back to, HG Keeper, Convey. Yeah, there's a lot. Everything's related to Pidgin. We even have a shitty project I'm working on, and maybe we could look at this tonight, but maybe not. What do we have going on here? Oh, I didn't move the directories yet. Okay, that's fine. Actually, nobody's talked about this. Oh, what's this? Is a main side project codenamed Day Job? Yes. But that's only part-time at least. So there's a lot of hype around people reliving nostalgia because people are writing custom implementations of old chat network servers, right? The latest of which is AIM Retro Server, which just hit the zeitgeist because Matt KC did a video on his Bytes channel talking about it. And this is nothing new to us, right? There was AIM Phoenix, which he mentions in that video. There's also another project out there called MSN Escargot, which supports MSN, Yahoo, and I think they're doing AIM or something. I don't know, right? But the problem is, they want to be able to use whatever clients they want, stuff like that. And a while ago, we deleted all these protocols from Pidgin because they weren't useful anymore, right? They didn't matter. And they were just, you know, code sitting there doing nothing. So we got rid of it. Because, you know, it would confuse people because they'd be like, oh, my AIM's gone. Why is it still in the UI, right? And regardless, users are going to bug us about no matter anything we do, right? And in this case, they're bugging us because we removed the protocols. So, like, we even have... Somebody even went through and opened an issue. Feature request, which, number one, I don't know why they just didn't put this here, but whatever. They said maybe bring back support for the AIM protocol into latest versions, and they're talking about all this crap, right? So I drafted this response. It says, you know, I mean, you all can read all this all you want. Yeah, exactly. We have a term for this, but it's not important, right? But so the thing is, this is nothing new. This request isn't anything new. We also got a request on Mastodon because of this and the recent stuff and whatever. So the thing is, we're gonna get bugged about this regardless, right? And my thing has always been we don't have a whole lot of time to work on this in general, let alone supporting something that you just want to do for nostalgia purposes, right? And that's all outlined in here. But then I was thinking about it more, and I'm just like, you know what? We're still gonna get bugged about this, even if we say we're not gonna put the protocols back in. We're not going to make it easy for you to do whatever. We're still going to end up supporting users that are trying to figure out a way to do it, right? Because that's just the way the world works, right? So then I was thinking, okay, well, what if we extracted all these deleted protocols out? We switch the build system from Auto Tools to Mason. We build a Windows installer for it, and maybe it gets pulled into the Flatpak. Maybe the Flatpak sets up extension point for it, whatever. And then we make it easy for people to submit pull requests, and we say we'll maintain this with patches from the community, right? So there's been talk because there's some people I know that know the MSN Escargot people, and they're like, oh yeah, they have patches for your protocols and stuff. The problem is, what could end up happening is somebody could be testing Pidgin with a patched protocol for AIM to talk to or for patch protocol for MSN to talk to MSN Escargot, but their patch could have made breaking changes so it doesn't work on another server over here. Then we have to figure out the problem with the users, blah 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 blah, right? So ideally, we should still remain a central point and manage those patches, and somebody should be testing them on everything, right? So that way we don't end up with purple MSN Escargot and purple MSN the other MSN server, right? Because that's no good for anybody, right? The implementation should ideally be the same, but as I mentioned in this post too, the other problem is our protocol support was built for the official services, which these things are not, right? For better or worse, right? It's a different implementation. There's going to be subtle differences between them. Some things are going to crash, maybe crash. Some things are just going to not work right because of it, whatever, right? We don't want to take that burden on. So the idea we're working towards kind of feeling out, but it's taken too freaking long, and led to a whole bunch of drama with the Mercurial people. It's mostly my fault, to be clear, but I'm really getting disillusioned with Mercurial, to be 100% bluntly honest. And as much as I don't want to go to Git, I'm not sure what else we can do at this point aside from write our own version control tool, and I do not want to do that. So the idea is we would put stuff up on GitHub using GitHub Actions to do the releases and everything. So basically, we review pull requests, merge them, and then we're done, right? That way, people are hopefully happily situated. And we can limit our interactions, right? Because regardless, until we actually do something, we're still going to get this stuff, right? Until we do this or somebody stands up and does it for us, people are going to keep, I don't want to say nagging, but they're going to keep bothering us about it, right? And even if we have a stock response that says, hey, we're not doing this, we're blah, 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 it's not going to stop us from having to deal with it, right? So if we're going to have to deal with it, and we're going to have to deal with these users and keep telling this stuff all the time, and we're going to get blamed for not supporting it or it not working, or it's going to become a support burden for us, then we might as well own it and control our own destiny, right? Because otherwise we're just going to be in the shit all the time, and that's not good for anybody. So this is the start. I think I've got everything. I asked people to look at this. I don't think anybody looked at it, so we're probably going to go ahead with it at some point. But so this is just the code. It got dumped. I copied all the logs. You'll see it goes all the way back to the very beginning when game was still just AIM only, which is why it's taken real long, right? So Rob Flynn's import of game back on March 23rd of 2000. That's the first change set in this repo. So, yeah, the Taylor did a shit job because of this, but like, yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff and other problems, but it's all right. Actually, I wanted to check this real quick. Now I'm thinking of it. Is this okay? That's where it saves the revs. I don't know how that's good for anybody, but whatever. The SHA map is, I think this is the old revision and this is the one in the new repo. So if I grab this, or maybe it's the other way around, because we should have found that by now. Okay, or I don't know what the hell that is. One of these is the old rev, one of them is the new rev, I thought, but that doesn't look to be the case because these have the same IDs. So I don't know. But yeah, one of the reasons that led to the problems with Mercurial was a bunch of the convert stuff that does all this doesn't work. Or not that it doesn't work, but it's buggy. I had to write a patch to make it work and make it finish, even. And like other stuff just doesn't seem to work at all in it. There's supposed to be a feature where you can rename paths as part of it, and that just causes issues. Stuff blows up, and it's not in good shape. And I was getting very agitated, because just nothing was working, and I couldn't figure out how to get my code out of this fucking version control tool, right? And it's just like something's got to change here. Like, this is not cool. This is annoying. So yeah. And then there's also some other crap that became a problem this weekend for whatever reason, including the time frame that I was working on that. Within a 36-hour window, I had 6 people just completely not understand or even attempt to understand what I was doing, or just responding to me with things that they had no prior knowledge on, but they made comments that they thought were truthful. And so, like, one of them in the Mercurial room was like, I'd like you to consider, instead of converting your repository to Git, to look at Heptapod. And I'm like, dude, I wrote my own Mercurial code hosting thing. I, of course, know what Heptapod is. And then I didn't say this because I didn't think of it at the time. But then there's another part that this person didn't know, that HG convert only can convert to Mercurial or Subversion. The point of HG convert is to import other repositories into Mercurial. It's not to export them to other version control tools. So it's just like, this person just like, the worst part is, like I said, the first part of their statement was, I don't know what you're doing, but have you tried this? And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you wasting both of our times when you don't even have a clue as to what I'm trying to do? Right? All you're doing now is wasting my time because you can't be bothered to spend 2 minutes to figure out what I'm doing. It's just like, oh my God. And that was like the 6th time it happened in 36 hours. Actually, no, that was the 5th. The 6th was a different one. And I'm just like, is it me? Like, am I the one that's just not clear on stuff, or what? Like, what the fuck? Just seeing your commit message, or go type in whip. Your %50 or 50% of commit messages are just whip. Yeah, don't do that. That's a real pain in the ass. But why? Yeah. All right. I badly need water. I'm gonna take a quick break, grab some water. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oop. You do what to yourself all the time? The commit messages, or you like make up comments and stuff? Like, it's okay to like make an exception or like make an assumption and then verify it, but like that whole thing was like, how the hell do I run into 6 people in 36 hours? That's one every 6 hours. Who just makes this vague claim about something that they know nothing about. Like, the odds of that they're just unreal, right? Just like, holy crap. Create conversation dialogue. Create? What is the difference in create and create callback? Where's the entry? Oh, we have to add cancel too. Alright, so create is just the right thing, and it's going to be very similar action. Yep, okay, cool. I don't know where create callback is, though. Oh, this is going to get called from create, I'm sure. Oh, right, that's the async callback. Never mind. Okay, so yeah. But we need to cancel as well. But look how much easier this is. Oh, okay, and we need to, well, we're gonna bind the property, so that's okay. I don't know that we need that, but we'll see. All right, we need to add cancel. Conversation cancel. That seems weird. Let's just name it dialogue.create and dialogue.cancel. Or dialogue.close. Alright, that should be all we have to do there. Okay, yep. We have to bind that property up, but let's make sure this works. Nope, yep. Made some mistakes, that's okay. Pidgin create conversation dialogue create. Passing argument for, okay, so the parameter type is different now, that's okay. So this takes a widget, the action name, and then the parameter, right. So the signature here is very different. Right, so this has simple action. So we've got GTK widget, star widget, comma. We don't care about the action name or the parameter, right? Okay, yeah. G gonna see unused const car star action, right? And then, okay, so then dialogue equals Pidgin create conversation dialogue on the widget. We'll move this down here so this is a little bit easier to read. Dialogue equals that. And we weren't doing anything with data, right? Doesn't look like it. All right, so in theory, that's the same. Where's cancel? Cancel's gonna have the same thing. GTK widget, star widget, G gonna see unused const car star action. That. Get rid of that. No. Dialogue equals Pidgin create conversation dialogue widget. Although, oh yeah, we need the cancelable. That's fine. And then we this. Well, that's fine. We'll leave this as is. That's not a big deal. What? Oh, I'm a dummy. Oh, right. We rename this to close. I was like, how'd the function not get you? I'm like, oh, I copy pasted and didn't edit. All right, great conversation. Cancel still works. Reopen. That looks okay. The create button's going to do nothing right now because it's broken, right? Yeah. So we need to figure out the exact stuff there, but that's okay. All right, cool. Yep, small victories. That one works. Cool. But we need to do query action. Oh, what is it? Oh, geez. There's details about the indexed action that has been installed for widget class. Oh. During class initialization, see install action. For details on how to install actions. Note this function will also return actions defined by parent classes. You can identify those by looking at the owner. Huh. Alright, maybe we do this a little differently, and that's okay. Creates a new shortcut for widget class that activates the given action name with arguments read according to format string. No, this isn't what we want at all. Alright. No, that's tied to a property. Oh, right. Binding action is meant for, like, keyboard binding. Oh, I would look this up via the action map. That's what it would be. I wish this would return the action so I could set the default state. Alright. The only state that they have is whether they are enabled or not, which can be changed with GTK widget action. Oh. Great. Oh, sweet. This does exactly what I want to do. I don't have to look anything up. Oh, but we have to do it in the init function. This is okay. Yeah, no, this is fine. So in the update thing here, we have an update thing here. This isn't great, but it's okay. And we could still do the change for it. Maybe we should still handle changed for this. So the account chooser filter only adds accounts when the protocol implements protocol conversation, so we don't need to check it again. Oh, right. Get the new details from the protocol and save it. Create conversation details. The protocol implements create conversation functions. Purple protocol. We don't need to check it. Okay. Yeah, why don't we do this? We're gonna put the changed callback back in. Which is annoying because we deleted all of it, but that's okay. And then we'll just monitor if we have at least a character or not. And then we'll set whether or not the action button is active. All right, so we had signal name equals changed. Handler equals Pidgin, create conversation dialog. Contact changed callback. I think that's right. It's been a minute. We'll find out when we get there. Bind template, callback, widget class. All right. Apparently, we had a different name for this before. Oh, I did pdiff. I just want a normal diff. What did we call it before? Oh, we didn't have the dialogue in there. All right, that's fine. The function signature for this looks like we're just gonna copy the whole thing and modify from there. Again, we'll add this like I said. I wanted to get the searching stuff in, but we don't need it. Not right now. And I shouldn't have blocked the pull request on that, which is just a dumb thing to do, but you know what happened. So it's annoying, but it's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Obviously I have to fix all this, which is annoying. I should have multi-cursored, but we are done. So, oh well, win some, lose some. Okay. We don't care about this. We're not doing searching. This is similar, but we're gonna change that. But we just need the editable, which is what came in. And then our dialogue is the data. That's cool. The rest of this can go away. We don't care about that right now. If there is more than one character, or as long as the input is not empty, we need to enable the create action. Enable the create. Make sure the create action is enabled if we have at least one character for the username. Not purple stir empty. Then GTK widget action set enabled. GTK widget dialog, comma dialog dot create, comma true. Else, okay, widget, or why don't we just do this? Gboolean creatable. Enable create. Okay. That should do it. How's it going, Robotic Head? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you been? What did I mess up? 126. There we go, that'll help. Doing good, super busy. Yep, I know how that goes. Pidgin create converse dialogue. Oh, I didn't fix the name. But good to hear. So I'm not normally on Tuesdays. Do you stream on Tuesday? I don't even know, because I'm normally not even on Twitch. Okay, so yeah, the only problem here is at startup, it's enabled when it shouldn't be. That's okay. But you can see that goes there. You do stream today, but it won't be for, yeah, okay. So I probably can't raid you. Like, I'm not gonna be on much longer. I did end up taking an involuntary nap today, but that was out of necessity. I'm getting super tired right now. So yeah. But yeah, all right. So in the init callback, we're just gonna do the same thing. Disable the create action by default. GTK widget action set and enabled. GTK widget dialog dialog dot create false. Yeah, sleep's very important, especially if you're like me and don't have a circadian rhythm. Okay, good. So create's disabled by default. I start typing, becomes enabled. I hit create, and then, oh, shit, this kind of works. Kind of. I don't know what the hell that came from, but okay. We need to look at that and see what happened. Oh, is that the problem? That might be the problem. We might have to do search because the create conversation wants a list of members. That may be the problem. We have to look at the create callback. All right, so what do we do here? All right. So hold on. No. What calls this? So okay. So they create action. This is where we need to start. My bad. We get the dialogue out of the widget. We get the account from there. Cool. We grab the protocol from there. From there, we get the protocol conversation. We clear the old cancelable, even though there shouldn't be one before creating that. So we just get rid of it. Then we create a new cancelable. We connect to the cancel callback signal. That's cool. We disable the widgets. That's okay. I want to say there's a widget group or something we're supposed to be able to do for this, but I don't remember. We disable the actions. This is fine, but we need to do GTK widget action enabled. GTK widget dialogue. I'm wondering at this point, since we have this action in here 3 times, we might want to make a macro for this. Just a simple or constant string or something, right? Dialogue dot create false, right? So we want to do that to get rid of that. That's fine. Actually, how we shouldn't even have this anymore. That's just going to be null all the time. I guess we're going to do a full compile. Yep. 140. Yeah, okay. This is dumb, but this is okay. Let's do this real quick. We're just going to say define action create equals dialogue.create. Like, because we need another spot, right? Didn't think it would fit, but it's worth a shot. So, having a variable for this is there's multiple reasons for that, right? Number one is we are consistently going to have the right value. Number two, it gives us one place to modify it, but more importantly, that we can't typo it, right? Since this is a string that's only used at runtime, like by having a variable for this, we get compile time checks, right? Did we type the variable right? Yes or no? The compiler's going to tell us because it's undefined, right? We can do the same thing here. Action close, right? This isn't a big deal because the cancel button's always available. But you know, just to be consistent. Right, and as we're building widgets that have actions and stuff like this built in, we should probably be doing this kind of setup. Whether or not we stick with naming the action, maybe it becomes a whole prefix. I don't know. It's a macro. It's local to the file. Doesn't matter. But yeah, so that should fix that stuff. Where was this? This was cancel callback. Yeah. GTK widget action set enabled. GTK widget dialogue comma action create comma true. Oh, actually, we don't know that we should be doing that, right? That is a problem. We should probably instead be calling the update function. I don't know that we want to set this. That's probably okay, right? And then in the update function, I don't think we call that, but maybe we should. No, we didn't put that in here. Oh, because it's tied to the change callback. An update's a little bit more involved here than it should be. Let's just do this. Static void dialogue. Update actions. This is only gonna do the one action, but that's okay. So, gboolean enable create equals false if not purple stir empty GTK editable get text dialog input. No, do we restore this? No, it's got to be contact, right? I think it's contact. If that's not empty, then enable create equals true. Action enable GTK widget dialog. Action create enable create. I should have just copy pasted the code from the other place, but it's fine. Oh, right. That's how we're doing. Okay. Hold on. I forgot about this. So we had this list box for contacts, but we're getting rid of that. So the idea was you would search for it, and then you'd get a pop-up or whatever. You'd select it, and we could add it to a list. And then that list you could X them out or something. But we're not doing any of that right now. We're just whatever's in the input field we're going with, and that's fine. But that's what this contacts is, and that model. And we don't need or want those. Not right now. Right? It'd be cool to add them in, but it's too much extra work at the moment, and it's getting in the way and going to be a problem. And apparently, well, that looks like a memory leak because I did not free those. But that's fine, because now they're gone. Oh, yeah, and we don't need the create row thing. That's gone. What was it? It was something actions. Update actions. Right. Set the actions to their proper state. Right. Okay. Then we need the changed callback to, instead of doing its stuff. Right, we just get the dialogue, and then we say dialogue update actions. Dialogue, and then we're good. Okay. Oh, we're binding. Wait, what? Oh. That's kind of gross. Let's do this. Counts car star label, or we'll say contact equals null. Contact equals this. Right. That's a bit easier to understand and follow. Like, don't load a ton of stuff into your conditionals. You're just going to make it harder for people to read, especially if your conditionals get a lot of values added to them, right? Or a lot of complexity. Okay, I have an extra paren there, and then I'm missing one there. So, want to keep those small, make stuff easier to understand. That's ideal. Contacts, 298. And that model is also gone. Does that model defined in here elsewhere? It might be. Yep. So we still got a lot of work to go, but we're getting there. I'm not going to try running it yet because we know it's still not going to work right. But we're past the compile errors for the moment, right? All right, so back to this, right? So we got the protocol conversation. There's a cancel button. We set the contact input to False. We disable the actions, or so. No, we have to do this way. Yep, that's fine. All right, and then we call create protocol conversation async, but we are passing in. Oh, oof, okay. Did we delete a bunch of code from here? We might have. Wait, what actually happens right now? Because so we should have a protocol conversation details, but it's empty. Right? I don't know why we're getting that. That's like some uninitialized memory bullshit. So, all right, let's look at this. Let's look at the update method. So, let's just do this real quick too. Pidgin account chooser. Chooser equals Pidgin. Oh, whatever. What am I doing? Just grab this. And again, you don't have to worry about creating extra variable lines. Like, sure, could you make this less code? Yeah. But guess what? The compiler doesn't care, and this is easier for people to read, right? So, okay, I get the chooser, and then from the chooser, I get the selected account, and then from the selected account, I get the protocol, right? Instead of, okay, from the account chooser, which is somehow over here buried in this thing, right? I don't know. Makes sense for me. The account chooser filter only adds accounts. So we don't have to check that again, right? So we get details, and then we call gObject set on the details. Okay. So is the problem that the demo contact or conversations get create convers? No, so that just creates a default one. That's supposed to have a size of 9, and that should be fine. Okay. Oh. Huh. So, yeah, that's the problem. We, so that number is a generated ID, but the problem is we got called with no participants. And we're not handling that case. So, we should probably handle that case. Readability is way better than some small tiny optimizations. Yeah. Then again, the compile might just, yeah, the compiler can optimize whatever the shit it wants, right? I'm worried about not even necessarily other people. I'm worried about myself later reading the code, right? And I'm not even talking about like years from now. I'm talking 2 weeks from now, maybe even tomorrow, right? And what the hell was I doing, right? And it's when your code, when you can parse through it faster, it's for me that works way better. Like, I don't know about all you, but that's how it works for me, and that's much better. And participants equals 0. You know that feeling? Yeah, yeah. Right? There's been many times, like, I even get to the point where writing this pull request, I'm already blind to most of the code, right? It just, that's the way it happens. I'm already blind to it. And so, like, I try to look at it again as I'm reviewing it before I publish the review, but I miss stuff all the time because I've gotten so used to it. My brain's trying to micro optimize around it, and I just, it is what it is. So, that's where I end up relying on reviewers a lot, and this is where we find a lot of my typos, because when I'm reading stuff, my brain just corrects it, and it's a typo, so the compiler doesn't see it. But yeah. Polly on YouTube says, or reading at 2 a.m. without the prior involuntary nap. Yeah. precisely. Like it is what it is. Gtask return new error task comma we should have a domain for this. Yeah. Is there new error literal? Gtask return new error. Yeah, there is new error literal. No participants were provided. Oh, we have to do this as well. This is obviously probably going to be done as a separate pull request because this should be here. But this will actually help us test the error. We can't test the error. We can. We're going to have to get creative with it though, but that's okay. Right, so we can do this, but then what? Oh, I only compiled Pidgin. I didn't compile demo. You were blind to something yesterday in SQL. You had a proc that was select star from schema to field name where 1 equals 1. Had to call somebody else to get your problem fixed. Was it the 1 equals 1? But yeah, no, I've had that too. So I have a great story of I had a piece of code that was something like if foo bar, and I looked at this code for hours. More precisely, it was if foo and baz, blah, whatever. There's more stuff to it, right? And I looked at this for hours. I'm like, I can't figure out why he keeps calling this. In reality, this was further over, right? It was like over here, or you know, like or whatever. So and whatever. Get widget enabled widget, right? Something like this, right? And I had this was precisely how I set up, and I'm like, why the hell was the field name should have been table? Oh, yeah, see, that'll do it. But yeah, so and I looked at this for hours, and then I finally asked somebody, and they go, you have a semicolon at the end of your if? I was like, yeah. Oh, right. Indentation doesn't matter in C, right? It just doesn't matter. This is the same as this is the same as this. It'd be very different if it was this. But guess what? This is still valid C as well. Because there's nothing stopping you from doing var or car star foo equals whatever. Printf /n comma foo. Right? This is totally valid. That's fine. You just created a random block of code. That's all it is. Right? And in pre C99, if you wanted to define a variable in the middle of the code, you would do this if needed that, right? The whole reason why you put braces in a switch is because you need to define a variable because you need to create a block, right? You don't see it so often, but in a switch statement, if you see braces, that's why it's there because you need to randomly create a block of code. But yeah, this is one of those things. You just get blind to it after a while. And like, you know, you miss it, you miss it, you miss it. You come back to it the next day, you still don't see it. You finally ask somebody, and they see it in 2 seconds because they're totally not at all blind to it. And you're just like, oh, I feel like crap. But it's okay, right? It happens. What do you mean void foo car bar equals null if bar whatever? It doesn't work. Yeah. Does that actually not work? Oh, wait, so you set bar to null as a parameter? Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. But yeah, like they just shit happens. Let's do this. For the sake of readability, let's do that. Right? So the reason we're breaking this up, we're doing an error conditional check here, right? Whereas we're past the error checking and now we're just flipping a variable, right? So while this is technically the same code, has the same effect, I'm going to do it this way because I think this is easier to read. You can disagree all you want, but I think this is easier to read. Actually saw that one recently. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, they said bar to null right before checking it. Yeah. Yep, that'll do it. All right, let's create conversation. We got to do that. No participants were provided. Awesome. Cool, right? Ideally, we should be handling that better, but that's what this part's supposed to handle. But the protocol needs to support it regardless, because you don't just validate on the user side, you validate before you use it as well, right? So the problem is right now, we're not looking up this user, and that's okay, right? Why do I have to hit that twice? Weird. We'll have to look at that. We should look at that right now. I'm in the wrong code. Let's do the demo part here. Demo require participants. Update the demo. What do I want to say? Demo. When creating conversation, make sure we have participants. Previously the demo protocol plugin wasn't validating that the number of participants on the purple.create conversation details was non-zero. So it always created a conversation. Now, if there are no participants, an error is returned. Oh, yep. My working directory is not clean. What? It's yeah. It's almost like I'm doing pull requests as I need them and create them. Testing done. Verify this as I am working on the create conversation dialog by calling purple protocol conversation create conversation with a create conversation details that had no items in the that had no participants. I suppose I could give a screenshot, but the screenshot doesn't matter because the dialogue's in progress, but whatever. Although this has me wondering. This might not be necessary. I mean, it should be necessary, but we should probably do this another way. Okay. So the protocol itself should be enforcing this and or verifying this, but there's no reason why we can't have the create conversation details have a validation check and then give us an error, right? So we'll go ahead and continue with this the way it is, just to get this part moving. But I'm going to open a ticket to add a validate function. And the idea there will be to make sure that, yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Hold on, let's just get this created. Um, New issue. You gonna open for me? No. All right. Add purple dot create conversation details dot validate. Should add a method to purple create conversation details to validate that the contents make sense. For example, the number of participants, participants should be greater than 1, or whatever, greater than 0, and all of the participants should belong to the account. Should be greater than 0 and less than the max participants property. And all the participants should belong to the account, right? The account is in there? I'm pretty sure it's in there. Do we... Okay, no, we don't have the account. Maybe we should add the account at some point. But that's okay. I thought we had the account, but if we don't, we don't. It's not a big deal, right? But at the very least, we should be doing this. User interfaces should be calling this before passing it to the protocols, but the protocols should be checking this regardless. So ideally, user interface should be calling this before passing the protocols, but the protocols should be checking this regardless. Okay, yep. This is feature. This is small. This is definitely crazy patch writer. Maybe newcomer. Maybe. But feature subsystem, lib purple, scheduled version. Put that. We'll put it here. So I wanted to get another release out before before EXP2, but I don't think that's necessarily relevant right now. But it's just I tend to find I get more motivated to work on things when I'm releasing stuff, right? Like I get a release done, you get that dopamine hit and stuff because you're like, yeah, I got this done, and then you want to keep working, or at least I want to keep working. So you know, whatever. All right. So there's that. That should be relatively straightforward to do. Not a big deal. But yeah. All right. That is documented that we need it, and that's good. Oh, oh, I didn't describe the function signature or anything. Whoops. It should probably have a function signature like the following. Boolean purple create conversation details is valid. Details or purple create conversation details. Star details, comma, G error, star error. Oh, sweet. So that's why you release so often? Yeah, yeah. The thing is, I mean, the Pidgin 3 releases, they're not super complicated or anything, but, like, I wanted to get more familiar with the flat pack stuff, because I'm not real familiar with that, but basically, we do a pull request, and then it'll get merged, and in some number of hours it shows up, which kind of sucks, but what do you do? So, Um, the return value is obviously whether or not the details are valid. And error is optional, but should have an error in the purple create conversation details error domain, which probably needs to be created as well as an enum with the error values for no participants and too many participants. Okay. All right. This one we can obviously easily unit test and stuff, right? And yeah. So QLogic approved 3789 already. Thank you, QLogic. But yeah, this is one of these things too, right? Where like we don't have these features yet, but we have a lot of the building blocks, but we don't know how good the building blocks fit together until we build these features. And you know, so we'll run into issues like this. This isn't surprising. But it's okay, right? It sucks, but right. We're one of the big things we're also trying to do is we're trying to make the code very defensible or defensive, right? The internet is a much harsher place than it used to be, or maybe it's just more obvious that it's harsher. I don't know, right? So we need to make sure our program handles things better, or not even necessarily better. We need to make sure that it's being more, it's standing up for itself, being resilient, you know, all that stuff. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah. Commander update. Yeah, we will shelf. Then we'll prune that. Then we will create conversation. So, you see how fast I did that? I have no idea how to do any of that in Git. This is one of the reasons I'm like, yeah, we don't want to deal with this. So, is there a maximum number of participants? Does it need to cap after some number? Yeah, so there's already a property for that. So right now we're just going to build the dialogue so it only builds one participant, right? I was going to make it so it would do all the different ones and would do searching through the protocols and all that stuff. And okay, sure, but the problem with that is that's going to take a lot of time. We've got to implement stuff on other sides. And in the meantime, you can't create a DM with somebody. And that's obviously a problem. So we're scaling back that plan right now to just create the dialogue so that whatever you enter is just who you try to create a conversation with, right? So like you can't actually create a group DM or anything right now, which is okay. But we're gonna get this part done and then we'll come back later and then add all the stuff to do the multiple participants. Because so like this poll, let's see, olog dot. So the start of the new conversation dialogue that got obsoleted, or this commit got deleted by this one, and that was May 3rd of last year is when I started this, right? But then I got blocked by a bunch of other stuff because I didn't have the searchability implemented everywhere. I didn't have all this other stuff, blah 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 blah. And in the meantime, we just haven't been able to create DMs, right? Which sucks. So instead of adding all the features right now, it's just we'll make it so you can only create a DM, not a group DM, just a normal DM. We'll get that working, and then we can start implementing and making sure all the other pieces are working and getting set up and everything. So like right now, right? Like right now, the IRC protocol plugin doesn't implement any of this stuff, right? Like the demo does, but as you can see, the demo, we couldn't test it because, or we weren't able to test it because we didn't have the dialogue yet. And we had a bug in the code, right? So we held back on implementing the other protocols until we had the dialogue, but since we didn't have the searchability stuff to make the complicated dialogue work the way we ultimately want it to work, that then slowed down everything else, blah, blah, blah. So do an MVP, right? A minimal viable product. Do something that is usable and useful. That's what we're doing, right? We're refactoring it back down to, instead of being able to create DMs and group DMs, it can just create DMs. Once that's created, then we can go ahead and implement the IRC side, and the IRC side can only do one anyways. So the IRC can't do group DM, so that's cool, right? And then the IRC stuff will start working, and then we can start worrying about making it fancy and smart and stuff like that, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, ask the protocol to search for this person and whatever. But like IRC is not going to implement the searching anyway, so it doesn't matter there. And if we just do this one part, we can do the IRC part, and then IRC works. So like we've blocked all of that functionality because it was like, oh, let's do everything all at once when we just really shouldn't have. And by we, I mean me. It was me making the decisions and deciding which way to go. Right? Sometimes you overcomplicate things. In my case, that's most times. You know, just you gotta. How did I describe this on the Open Source Security podcast with Josh? It was something like, a lot of the time you just got to let your pride go and be like, yeah, I fucked up. I planned wrong. My decision-making process was flawed. Let's try again, right? What do you do? I mean, you can sit here and be like, oh, I wish I would have gotten this right the first time. It's like, yeah, but like lamenting about it doesn't get it done. So, good morning, Ivanhoe. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. So we are finally trying to get your create conversation dialogue working. Were you able with the quote command to set up your idle RPG stuff on IRC that you wanted to do? Also, I updated the bug that you entered today, which for some reason didn't show up in the issues channel. I don't know why. I happened to just stumble across it by looking at the issues. So, whatever. But if you're able to reproduce it, and I added a comment so we can see what the message was that was sent from the server, because I'm not seeing anything obvious that should have caused your crash. Otherwise, I can look at it later. I just didn't want to do it on stream because if I connect to an external IRC network, they're gonna show my IP address somewhere, and I obviously don't want to do that on stream. Ooh, that'd be funny if I can make everything do my link local IPv6 address. Like, yeah, come at me, bro. It's a link local. My IP address was 127.0.0.1. Actually, it's 127.0.0.2. You did, but not using quote. Oh, you used message, but not quote. Okay. But yeah, so right now we found a bug in the demo protocol plugin with working on this dialogue, and I also just opened a ticket to. We should have a validate function that checks more stuff rather than having everybody implement this. This should be just the way to go. But this is something somebody else can grab if they want. Otherwise, I'll get to it in a bit of time. But right now, my focus is at the moment working on the stupid dialogue. I say stupid, but it's it's kind of necessary. But yeah, yours is : 1. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so boop. So the other question is should we be going to Adwada dialogues everywhere? And if we're going to do that, we should do that now-ish. I suppose we can make this work, and then we can figure that out. So we do that. Now we get no participants provided. We shouldn't see this in the future, because, or the next step, like this is now from the demo protocol plugin, just validating its stuff. But we're going to clean that up with that other pull request. Or with that other issue. Oh. Okay, hold on. So we got an error back, but we didn't re-enable any of our stuff. When I hit cancel, that re-enabled this, but that didn't update. Okay. All right, so in create callback, we've got to be missing code. I'm in the wrong code. So what do we do here? If we get, oh yeah, we don't do any cleanup here. Then we clear the air. That's fine. Yeah, but so what we need to do here is, the cancelable should be done. So we want to G clear object dialog. I think ultimately what we want is we want a reset dialog helper. Right, so this isn't going to end up in the documentation, but it's helpful for people reading it, right? Do we want to do the error this way? How do we handle this error? No, we're just gonna pass in an error, not a pointer to an error. Nullabear, no, nullabear, nullabear, nullabada. Oh, sweet. We have conversation member widgets are gonna get merged. The error message to display. Updates, resets the dialog to a usable state. This should be called when a create failed, and the dialog is going to be create failed, or the cancel button has been activated after a create has started. Basically, whenever the dialog is going to be used again. And just to play it safe, skip. Okay. So we need to say GTK widget. No, we don't have to do that. We want to say update actions. Dialog. Reset dialog, comma, error. And then we clear the error on our side, right? Yeah, we don't want to call update here. We want to call reset. Okay, yep. So we've got that. So we want to update the actions. We need to say GTK widget set sensitive dialog contact, and then if error is not equal to null, let's do this. const car star error message equals empty string. There's not equal to null. Error message equals error message. GTK label set label, I think. Label dialog error. I just deleted the code. I don't remember what it said. Okay, yep. Oh no, it's a new code. Of course it looks like exactly what I thought it was supposed to be, because this is what I just typed. Oh, it's set text. Okay, my bad. Oh, and I didn't even put the thing in. Yeah. And we do this way because then we're resetting it back to nothing, right? So, cool. Oh, yep, look at that. Oh, we need to clear the cancelable too. I think that's why we have to double click it. It's because the cancelable is still there. Shouldn't be that. One. Yep. Where'd my dialogue go? All right, so create. Okay, no participants were provided. We need to figure out where that one is, but okay. Right, cool. Right. We can't see that's actually being canceled or whatever. But okay, you see the cancel got rid of the error message? That's what we wanted to see too. But okay, so what we should also be doing is gclear object dialog cancelable. I don't think this is gonna work, but we'll see. Glist model. That code is not here at all. Weird. Okay, well, we'll have to figure that out in a second. Alright, so cancel first try works fine. Great conversation. We hit create, that failed. Yeah, good. Okay, so the problem was the cancelable. Oh, right, because that's the code. The cancel callback. Oh no, maybe it's not. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that because now we have the reset. And arguably we can do this. Okay. Oh, it's the cancel action. That's when, or the close action. Yeah, so this checks if there's a cancelable, and then it calls cancel on it and it returns without destroying the window, and that's why we had to click it twice. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so this part's almost there. We still aren't actually creating the conversations. That's okay. We'll get to that in a second. I need to figure out where this error's coming from, though. Gdebug equals fatal warnings, gdb Pidgin 3. Run. Continue. Great conversation. Blink. All right, where's this from? Oh, we made it this far. How do we make it into the demo? What? This doesn't make any sense. Is there a bug on this? What line? 138. I was not looking far enough for it. This should. Weird. We want to go to frame 3. P participants. Aha. So clearly. Oh no, that's not the other part. Oh, the other part we need to look at was. God damn it. This is another bug in the demo. We never got the participants from the details. Oh, no, it's right here. I'm dumb. So what is details? Details is there. That's returning null for some reason. Okay. That shouldn't be the case. Oh, no, it's because we didn't actually add any items to it, right? Yeah. So the conversation details, it's a little weird, but it's okay. You call set participants on it, and by default it's null. Um, do we say that get could be nullable? The return value can be null. Yeah. Okay. Um. So ideally, the validate thing will work around this. But okay, so this is because we are not putting anything in that list, right? And that's the problem right now. And that's okay, but that is the problem. So this isn't really a problem in the demo. The demo's fine. Should be okay. All right. So the real question here becomes, in the create action, we need to. We didn't even create the details yet. Oh no, we have the details. Never mind. We have the details from here. Right. That's how all this is supposed to work. That's okay. Do we need? So the dilemma here is, oh, damn it, fucking typos. The dilemma here is we shouldn't be creating a contact info for a protocol. The protocol should do that for us, right? And this is where the idea of search came in, but we don't necessarily want to search. Crap. So what do we have here? We get minimum search loading, search finish, get profile async, get that, get actions, get menu. I think we are still technically blocked here. I think what we really need to do is something like purple contact info star find contact or like so search returns a list, right? But we need to look up an individual one, right? So we say purple protocol contact star protocol contacts comma const star ID. Maybe it's find with ID. we've been doing this because this is easier. Oh, right. Then we need the, what's next? All this stuff. Like, it's been a minute since I've written one of these. I can't remember all the parameters. G async result, star result, comma, G error, star. So I think we need this before we can proceed. So while I was building this initially, I thought we needed search. We need search if we want to do fancy stuff. But regardless, we need to be able to find a contact by their ID, right? Maybe instead of find, let's name this lookup. Lookup is much more specific, right? We're looking up a contact. I think giving it the ID is probably fine. That should be the case that most protocols default to. Yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, so hold on. We're gonna. I really wanted to finish something tonight. Instead, all I've done is create more work. I think I might do the validate real quick. Add a lookup function to purple protocol contacts. For the create conversation dialog, and for the simplified create conversation dialog, and I'm sure other places, we'll need to look up a contact from their ID. To do this, we need to add an async or async function or virtual function pair. It's going all right, Dan. How about yourself? Protocol contacts. For both IRC and demo, or IRC v3 and demo, these will just return that. Yeah, we'll start with this. And then we'll build another ticket for this, or we'll build other tickets for this for the IRC stuff, and that's fine. All right, so this is feature. This is lib purple. These are all lib purple. Unscheduled. Experimental 2. This is small. Crazy patch writer. Of course, need basic unit test as well. The function signatures below should cover everything. Okay. That looks all right. I hit create. Did I actually hit create on the other one? Yeah, we did actually. Because I have a habit of hitting new issue up here, not hitting create at the bottom. Which is annoying, but that's okay. New issue. Implement protocol contacts. Lookup. And IRC v3. Feature. IRC v3. This is small. Crazy patch writer. Link to this guy. Depends on RCV3 need to implement the contact purple.protocol contacts.lookup functions. Oh. Functions. So that it can, or whatever. Should be pretty straightforward, and since IRC doesn't really have a user search, it'll just return what it'll just create a contact if one is not already, if one does not already exist in the contact manager. Okay, yep. We have to go back to the other ticket real quick though. We will also need a purple protocol contacts implements lookup function. Yeah. Yeah. So the the whole thing here is we can't make assumptions about how to look up an account or anything from libpurple, right? The protocol knows how to look up a contact. Lookup by default will use ID. If we need to look up by username or something, we'll create another function, look up by username or something. And we'll go from there, right? So yeah. All good. You're tired today. Am I getting better? What happened to my dashboard? Yeah. So apparently excuse me, my volume mount in my Kubernetes container for Grafana, where it stores the dashboards, is mounted in the wrong spot. So the container restarted and I lost it. So I need to go fix that and rebuild the dashboard by hand, because of course I don't have a backup of it, because why would I? I thought it was stored on in Kubernetes with all my ZFS stuff and snapshotted and blah blah blah, but it wasn't mounted in the right spot. So sucks. It's annoying. I'll probably rebuild it tomorrow. But I was like, we're gonna stream today. We're gonna work on this rather than fix the dashboard. So been watching the whole stream. Yeah. So like when I opened OBS, I was like, why is it purple? Right. And I'm like, oh no. So yeah. And then I did a little bit of troubleshooting and I'm like, yep, the volume is empty. So I must have had it mounted wrong, mounted to the wrong spot. So it's annoying and dumb, but what are you going to do, right? Implement protocol contacts lookup in the demo. Demo protocol plugin needs to implement purple protocol contacts lookup. Yeah. This should. Why would it be purple though? Or why wouldn't it? Yeah, like that area is not normally purple on the screen, and that's what caught my eye, right? And I was like, oh, that's not supposed to be that way. Since all of the demo protocols contacts are loaded into the contact manager, this should just look them up there. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. And return that. Return 1 if found. Yeah. This is task. Oh, this is small. Crazy patch writer. Task. Demo. Experimental 2. Depends on this. Okay. Do I need to mention that this should, if this doesn't return a new value? I don't think so. That's probably fine. Yeah, I'm actually surprised more people haven't asked about the dashboard. Because usually it's like anything changes on stream and everyone's like, oh, something changed. I'm just like, you really noticed that? What? So yeah. It's kind of refreshing to not be asked about it a million times. Alright. So I got typos here. Fallback gets me again. Yep, twice. Oh, and I copy pasted this, so of course it did. Where was that? That was in ibisclient.h. Okay. Get out of there. Out of there. Probably asked about it before. I didn't say it. Yeah, no worries. I started out the stream explaining it when there was like 6 people here. I knew I was going to have to say it again. The thing about having to repeat yourself a bunch of times during the stream is, like, as you're streaming for hours, right? If you get asked something once an hour, that's not a big deal, right? But it's when it's like every couple minutes, every 5 minutes, that's when you're just like, bro, like, I understand you're curious, but just give me a little bit more time before I repeat myself again, right? Like when you come into a stream and you notice something's weird, give it a little bit of time, right? Give it a little bit of time before you ask. At least from my point of view. Other streamers may disagree, they may not have a problem. It's not that I have a problem. It's just you're just like, I've said this story 6 times already tonight, and I've been streaming for 20 minutes, right? And you're just like, ah. The patience of some streamers to answer those questions, yeah, it's unreal. Especially when they just finished and someone new pops in. Yeah, I honestly don't know how they do it. I do not have that level of patience. That much is for certain. It's like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but it's just like, I got to do something else rather than talk about this damn thing constantly, right? We're watching a Stardew stream the other day. I felt like every 5 minutes they answer the same question. I mean, they're playing Stardew, and that's pretty repetitive too. So maybe that's just their personality. I don't know. That's not a dig at Stardew, but you know, Stardew's the game about doing chores. I was like, yeah, it looks like fun, and then I played it for like an hour, and I was like, no. Like, I'm good, thanks. I like nothing against Stardew. I know lots of people like it. That's fine. You also hate repeating yourself, yeah. Like, it's a thing. Like, I hate repeating myself in code, and I don't just mean like dry. I mean like you lost code or like you implemented something poorly and you have to redo it. It's just like, I'll do this tomorrow. Right? Or can I get it from the diff? No. Damn. You know, and it is, oh shit, I didn't mean reopen. Fixed. Not dropped. Fixed. This one's dropped. Well, actually, this is fixed, not dropped. Okay, yeah. All those are fixed now. Yay! Alright, so now we can merge that one. Let's start with that. CVP, ibis, clean, default, CD build. So yeah, this is going to be big for ibis. It's stupid, but yay, we actually try your altnic now. Totally just forgot to code it. Right? Because that shit happens. RBT land minus R 3785. Fuck, it's 20-1. Oh, I gotta get out of here soon. Oh, excuse me. I'm almost out of water too. Actually, I am out of water. See, out of water. Okay. We're on turtles, I think. Yes, whatever. Doesn't hurt to run them again. All right. HE phase minus P, HE push. There's a bug connected to this, I believe. Yes, there is. Completed. HE ID. This has been. Oh, yeah, there's two parts for this. Okay. It has been merged in. In progress. Fixed. Yay. So obviously we have to do an Ibis release and stuff like that to get this out to Pidgin. What do we have in Ibis? Not that I want to do a release tonight, but what do we have stacked up here? I don't think there's much because I think we recently did a release. So there's Altnix. We had a library version. These variables for GIR paths. I don't know. Does that seem like enough to release? We just released 2 weeks ago. Well, it doesn't hurt to release, right? We got reviewers here. Maybe. Let's just do a release. There hasn't actually been any API changes, so we're still 11.0 or 11.1. But that's fine. Yeah, let's just go for it. Oh wait, I didn't actually pull in the new thing. Okay. Oh, 129. We didn't have anything before that, right? Okay, yeah. Sometimes I don't get this in as the first commit right after the release. So I gotta make sure that I don't miss stuff. Add a library version. This is RR. Oh, Ibis 49 as well. RR 3780. And we just copy Elliot's name because if I type it, I'm gonna typo it. It's nothing against him. It's just we all know how well I type. I don't know. It's very possible that it could be. But you raise a great point. I'll continue to prep this stuff. But if you can get that that extra piece of backtrace information, yeah. So I'll hold off on the release. I'll get this stuff prepped and just shelved or something, right? And then where the hell was it? Yeah, this one. Oh, did you? Okay, cool. Oh, sweet. What? How did we read a null? Huh. Okay. No, yeah, so this should be fixed in Ibis. Hold on. We're just gonna we weren't that far in release prep. I don't care about repeating that, that's fine. Client.c read callback. Okay. Try 3790. Or QLogic already found and fixed it, perhaps. So Ivanhoe, if you can just apply that to your Pidgin tree. I know you're probably getting ready for work or at work or something. So you know, no pressure to do it right now. But if you can do it right now, that'd be awesome. Cancelable is only canceled if its client stop, meaning it's either shutting down or is running error. So there's no need to set one or call if its client stop again. Ran Ninja Turtles only. Not sure if this would have effect on Pidgin 18031. Okay. Either way, this is what's this should okay. Hold on. Yeah, cancel. We normally put this above or the very top, above libgi18n lib.h in this case, and use angle brackets for it. Oop. Okay. All right. Yep. That is probably exactly what we want to do. Yeah. All right. So that looks good, minus the include thing. Oh yeah, we probably get glib.h from the normal header file or from the whatever one. But yeah. And LSP's messing you up? Fancy that. No. Helping you get pull request comments. That's a new trick for an LSP. I'm just joking. I don't care either way. People use what you want. It's fine. You know, to be clear, all the people that tell me that LLMs help them write their code, they didn't. No one's ever said that it helps them know what code is bad, so it helps them write better code. That's very clear. Still crashing with that? Oh, fun. Okay. All right. Well, either way, that code should be good. It should be fine. Once the glib thing's fixed. But yeah. I'll troubleshoot it a little bit more later. Like I said, I don't want to connect to a public network while I'm streaming because it's too easy to leak my IP and everything. Yeah, so you got to use something. What'd you say? You're using Ryzen or something? You have to use something where you're not using Sassel for it. Actually, I suppose. Does Nixer work on? What's it called? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, let's get this other stuff landed and we'll go from there. And if we release Ibis on Thursday, who cares? Whatever, right? Ryzen has Sassel, but if you don't use set Sassel name, it uses Nixerve. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think Ergo does the same thing, but I'm not sure. But it's also almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so I don't really want to do anything else right now. And I've been up since, well, minus my 2-hour couch nap. I've been up since 8 in the morning. So I'm getting tired. I had a 9 o'clock call this morning, so I'm losing steam fast here. 3773. Ooh. Whew. Oh, and I think I'm still gonna write that validate function real quick, because it should be easy. I'm trying to think of the last time I've been on Ryzen. I think it's seriously been like 20 years. I can't think of a reason I've had to be on Ryzen. I don't think Ryzen even has Where's channels. Maybe. But like I remember in like the early 2000s, I used to pull South Park episodes out of XDCC bots on FNet, I think. He might have applied the patch wrong. Yeah, just use HGDiff to verify. All right. So the cool thing about this widget that we just did is right. So if we just open a conversation with Echo, right? So Echo's comments still look the same, right? Everything's fine. The thing that really changed here is now these items are match the color, right? So the widget here is the same type of widget here, right? So anytime anything changes in this widget, both of these will automatically update and they're just good to go. So that's nice, right? The context menu doesn't work. We skipped that for now. We ran into a bunch of stupid issues. It might require some API changes to make it work, but we'll get there when we get there. But yeah. Isn't there a ticket for this? Oh no, I didn't create a ticket for this. I probably should have. Conversation member. Yep, we did not create a ticket for that. All right, cool. Whatever. All right, let's quickly do this validate thing. So we're just kind of stuck here. I got to do the lookup stuff to make this actually work. But we made a lot of good progress on it. We're still going to go with the simplified version. That's fine, but we have to make the lookup thing work. And that's what I should have realized back in May of last year instead of doing the search stuff. The search stuff is cool. It'll make stuff work. And the lookup stuff will get removed from the dialogue for that when we start supporting more of that stuff. But we're still going to need a lookup in other places, right? Or potentially, right? So we'll see. Especially when we're talking about serialization, right? Maybe. No, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's useful, maybe it's not. Maybe we find out we don't need it and we deprecate it. It's okay, right? It's not the end of the world. Like I'd be very surprised if we don't have any deprecated API within the first couple actual releases. Because it happens, right? It's like, oh, there's a better way to do this. Line should be null there. It's already cleared. Oh, okay. Oh, well, you should still be able to patch the tar file. So you should just be able to CD into the subproject. Or there, let me just demonstrate how this would work, right? So you're not going to be able to use RBT patch. You're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, right? So you're going to subprojects ibis 0.11, right? Then we are going to download the patch from QLogic here. Download diff RB 3790. So we're going to say patch minus P1 / tilde RB 3790.patch. And now you should get that. Now you can't diff because we're not HG. You're in the wrong. Yeah, okay. So you should see output like this, and then we should be able to verify it by looking at ibis client.c read callback, and there's the G error matches. So again, manually handling patches and stuff. I know it's difficult. It's hard. If you don't have tons of years of experience in it, it's gonna be weird. So yeah, sorry, I totally forgot about the tarball thing, but this is all you should need to do, and then it'll work. And I was going to recheck this out, but instead I'm going to do this. And now we will be back to where we were. Right? So the minus capital R says to reverse the patch. So don't apply the patch, reverse it. And that way you can return back to your old state. But the P1 is because the file paths here have A/ and B/. So the minus P1 gets rid of that, and then it just looks for the file names matching this. Again, manually passing batch files around. It's kind of a mystic art. Let's go with that. And I personally have way too much experience with it. All right, let's close this. Close this. Conversation details.h. We said we're gonna make it is valid, right? I need to go over here. Oh, here we said validate, but then I said is valid. And we got Zelda music here. Yeah, the song is named Triforce. Go figure. Do, 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 do. Could not have been used before, as if the message didn't parse. Okay. We should be dumping that in debug or something. But I'm not sure where that is. So these aren't actually. Oh no, these are actually sorted. So we are gonna put this right here. Purple, create conversation details is valid. Error. Nullable. Do we? No, we don't have this here. We have like a stock label we use for this. And I just want to grab it. That's not right. Normally there's a nullable in there and sometimes an optional. Okay, I guess we just put that there all the time. But it should have nullable in it. Like this one has clearly been copy pasted a lot, but whatever, that's fine. We'll start with this. Return address or an error. There. Checks if a create conversation details is valid or not. This verifies that there is at least one participant. Participant, and that the number of participants is not greater than property at create conversation details max participants. This may do additional checks in the future. Returns true if the details are valid. Otherwise, false with that error possibly set. Boolean. Purple create conversation details is valid. Details G error star error. Batch is applied and still crashes. You can provide more information later. Yeah, cool. Yeah, basically just if you can get any of the text that we actually read in and stuff like that. Or also, if you can just add assuming you're still here, you might be gone already. If you can just echo out what messages we've parsed in the read parser in general, that way we can see what led up to it and stuff like that. And it's interesting that that happened because, like, when I get rate limited by Inspirion and Ergo, it's like it sends. Oh, you know what? I bet you it's sending an empty string without the carriage return line feed. That might be it. Because I know we handle that properly, the carriage return line feed. At least I'm pretty sure that's handled properly. Just as an empty message. But we might not be handling a like literal empty string properly, and that might be what Ryzen's sending us. So we should check that out. But yeah. Turn val if fail is details. False. Oh, we have to create the air domain and stuff too. Purple, create conversation details error. G quark from static string. Purple, create conversation details error. Then we need enum. We need this too. Mason. Purple Mason enum headers. Purple create conversation details.h. Okay. Oh, working at home. Gotcha. Well, do your work stuff. Don't be like me sometimes. A lot of the times when you'll go through and you're approving pull requests at 1 p.m. or around that time for me, I'm sitting at work and I'm just like, we'll just merge this and this and this. Like, I'm not actually developing, but it's like, oh, let's merge this stuff real quick while it's here. Shh, don't tell my boss. I don't think they really care, right? Engineering's so much different than any other job, right? Because you can't actually be productive 100% of the time. You need to take breaks, right? You need to stop and think. You need to just clear your head sometimes, and yeah. So, it's generally that. It's like I'm easing into work. It's like, ooh, I can land this real quick. And then, puts me in a better mood. Like, yay, I'm landing code. So, yeah. All right. So here we're going to say return true. That's fine. Oh, we were doing all the air shit. That's what it was. And I forgot. Okay, enum there. Yep. So, enum. Do we type def? I think we type def. Shit, I don't remember. GTK might be better. Let's just look for this. G bookmark file error. Cool. All right, so what I'm trying to do is, so here this has like air domain, blah, blah, blah. We're trying to get this to work this way in the docs. Traditionally, I've just been lazy and made all our error code 0 because most of the time it doesn't matter. But I'm trying to get to this more consistently because this is probably better for this stuff in general. Although it seems a little, like a little bit more work than it should be, but yeah. Fuck, it's 1 o'clock already. So bookmark file error is what I'm looking for. Bookmark file. Was it capital M? Nope. It's under glib. All right. All right. So they've got G bookmark file error, right? So we created purple create conversation details error. Our name's way longer. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But then you create the, okay, they do type def the enum. Okay, so type def enum purple create conversation details error. This should probably be like validate error, but you don't do anything else with this, right? It's a data structure. It holds data, so it's fine. Right. So purple create conversation details error. What do they say for their thing? Error codes returned by validation. Sure. We have a version macro for this, don't we? For enums, I think we do. What's going on my Twitch side? Twitch is spinning. What? I'm still on YouTube? Yeah. Is Twitch down, or did I just lose my Twitch account? Like, what the fuck just happened? So YouTube's still here. That's good. Let's try this again. No warnings. Actually, I don't even have a stream key in here. Yeah, this should just be fine. Huh. Not sure how to proceed here. Privacy center, maybe? Settings? I'm trying to see if anybody logged into my account. Security and privacy. I don't want to sign out everywhere. I want to see where I'm logged in. Connections? No. Why is this not a thing under security and privacy? All right. I'm gonna restart OBS. And we'll go from there. Right back. Oh, we need to come over here first. All right, that's weird. Streaming's hard. I don't know what the fuck happened to OBS, but yep. All right, cool. YouTube's back too. All right, whatever. Moving on. So we don't necessarily want available enumerator, but I don't think we do the available on the type. And we don't have the available enumerator in 3.0, do we? All right, no, this goes up. Oh, we do. Okay. How does this work again? Okay, yeah, it goes after the name, but before the value. Okay. So, yep. And then, so another problem is, Oh, maybe we've been doing it right. Okay. These are constants, so... Oh, wait. Yep, it's okay. So, purple, create, conversation, details, error, no participants. Blah. um... There no participants were set. I think I've been doing this way, just because otherwise it gets to be too much. And then we're gonna have too many participants. The number of participants is greater, or is more than are allowed. Is more than are allowed. So, okay. So that should take care of that. That should all just magically work and show up in the docs and everything. And cool. Yeah. So then back over here, we can actually do this. If details dash part, or if not G list model, detail of participants. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this separately for now. We'll see what happens. G set error. Is there G set new or G set error literal? Yeah, there's literal. G set error literal. Error, comma. Purple create conversation details. Error, comma. Let's do it this way. No participants. No participants. This should be marked for translation, I guess. Because this could show up to the users. Error message is to tell users when they tried to create a conversation but did not provide any other participants for the conversation. Or provided. Turn false. So the other kicker is, I guess we can do it this way. If it's not a list model or G list model get n items details for participants. Not max participants. Equals 0. I'm not hot on this idea because we have to check the length against the max again. But I don't want to have to re-implement this and then have the translator comment in multiple places, right? So it's not ideal, but these should be small. It shouldn't be a huge performance hit. And I'm just, being pedantic. Then we're going to say if G list model get n items, G list model details participants is, let's do it this way. Yeah, hold on. We can just do it this way. If G is list model, details participants, then n participants equals G list model get n items, details participants. Right. Right, and then instead of this, we just say if n participants equals 0, right? Look at that complicated if statement that's just gone now, right? So we do the check here, and we use it to update participants, but we're getting both of all that from the compound conditional, but now it's much easier to read, much easier to understand, right? So if we do have a list model, we get to that, always we default to 0, and if it's 0, then we bail out, right? And then here, we don't have to do this check, because then we can just say if n participants is greater than details max participants, then is this right? So yeah, that should be fine. No, well, is this off by 1 or not? Oh God, why can't I think of this as off by 1 or not? No, this should be fine. We're not worried about index. We're doing counts on both sides. That's fine. That's fine. That's that's the trick, right? We're counting. We're not indexing. We have counts on both sides. This is not an issue. It's not like we're iterating and we're checking if the current item that we're looking at is greater than the count, right? That's the difference. So, all right. So if that's greater than that, we shouldn't have to do well. This error message is to tell users that they try to create a conversation, but they have added too many participants to it. I'm probably being adding too much stuff here, but it's okay, right? This isn't going to be literal though. G set error. Sent you participants were provided, but only percent you are allowed. This is n participants, comma, details, max participants. Okay. All right, do we compile? I'm not in the build directory. Yeah, actually, wait, what the hell? Why is Ivanhoe's comments not showing? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. I was like, why? And we did get a notification for his comment update. Oh, yeah, that's going to need to be updated. Yep, okay. Hey, look, we're trying stuff in Pidgin and we're finding bugs. Go figure. All right, we compile. Cool. We got to write unit tests for this real quick. This should be relatively straightforward. Test, create, conf, details. There's already a bunch of this. G-test, add, func, / create conversation details. Validate, or is valid. Is valid, null. Is valid, null. Details equals purple create conversation details. New one. G error start error equals null. G boolean is valid equals false. Is valid equals purple create conversation details is valid details comma error G assert error domain and then the code. Yep. Okay. Error comma purple create conversation details error comma details error no participants. Oh. G assert false is valid. G clear object detail. Oh. G assert finalize object details. Boom. Okay. Just to make sure. G assert true false. Right. It looks like it made it to the end, but we'll just verify right there. Good, it did. Okay. Valid empty. Actually, let's do that. Separate that out by one line. Participants. Let's G list store new purple type contact. Purple create set participants. We haven't even called this yet. We do actually. It's going to be up here. It's just yeah. Okay. Set participants. Details participants. We take owner. I don't think we take ownership of this. I don't know. Transfer none. Okay, so we have to clear it on our side. Okay. Is valid false. That should be all the same. Oh, right. That's gotta be a glist model. Okay, false should be true on 109. We made it to the end of the test. Now we pass. Oh, we should have it checked that max participant. Oh no, max participant set to 0 is unlimited. Our validation test isn't gonna check that right now. We have to fix that. Right, I'm pretty sure that's the case. That actually, I think it's in the property. Max participants, not including the Live Purple's user. Maybe it's in the thing. Must be less than or equal to. All right. Oh, right. So max participants is a one-time deal. It's a construct thing. Percent 0 to say unlimited. Okay. Yep. What do we do internally with that? I don't know. G max units. That seems okay. Look, we're writing unit tests and we're finding bugs because of it. Go figure. Oh crap, this is gonna get annoying, but it's alright. We're gonna need the contact info too, I believe. No, contact is a... Yeah, we don't need the info. Right? I don't think so. Contact equals purple, contact underscore new, account null. Yep, that's good. Okay. Well, here, let's do this. We can't clear Oh. This goes here. G list store append participants, comma contact. G clear object contact. We have to do this twice. We need to add 2 contacts. Or can yeah, I don't think we want to do that in the property setter for the max participants. I think we want to do that in the validation check. We'll see. Setting, we have to the lowest amount that will check max participants is 1, as 0 is unlimited. Lowest amount of participants that we can check whatever. I hope this is. We need 2 contacts. 2 contacts to exceed the max participants. Set the participants on the details, and then we clean up our stuff. Check validation. On this point, I'm just going to get rid of the account right away, too. Oh, no, we need it for here. We'll just do it at the end. I think that works now. We'll find out in a second here. This is too many. Oh, we didn't want to do this fix the way I did it, though. I'm going to get rid of this. And then an is valid. If details max participants greater than 0 and do we want to nest this? Not particularly, but I hate when ifs do this, especially when it's something like this. We'll do it separately. If max expense is set to 0, max participants with a value of 0 means unlimited. So there is nothing to validate in that case. Okay. Yeah. Right now we don't have to worry about a max int or anything. It's just like, oh, okay, it's maxed out, whatever. I don't know if this will necessarily help us with rollover, but if you have 4 billion users, you're probably going to run out of memory first. So you'll get killed first. Is valid too many. Did I not change the name? Okay. False should be true on 148. That's our. Make sure we made it to the end. And now we pass. Yay. We lost 48 bytes. Too many. We got rid of account. We got rid of details. We should have gotten rid of participants. Oh. We're leaking all over the place. Yay. All right. We haven't actually done a successful test on this. Is valid limited, and then we're going to say unlimited. We're going to copy I guess we'll copy this guy. We need contact and all that stuff, right? So we're going to say, yeah, so there's just one. We're just going to add one contact. Is valid. Gassert, no error. Gassert true. I don't want to run that. I didn't want to run that under Valgrind, but that's okay. Let's run it again. False should be true on 184. Once again. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna do an unlimited. So we're just gonna add 3, because why not? Add 3 additional contacts to spice things up. All should be true on 224. Good. Good. Sweet. Oh, fuck, it's 20 to 2. I don't want to stream too long. Here we are. Still here. All right. Create conversation details valid. Is valid. Whatever. I suppose I can fix a branch name. All right. Each check in. Add purple dot create conversation details dot is valid. That's hardly too long. Touche. Touche. Uh-huh. Does some basic checking and create standard errors for invalid settings on purple dot create conversation details. Quantum Apprentice with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? What were you up to tonight? We're hopefully going to be ending here soon, but it's not going to be an immediate raid train, but we're getting there. But hope your stream went well. Hope you're doing well. What were you up to tonight? Actually, weird question. Did you get booted out of Twitch about half an hour ago and like have to stop and reconnect? Because I did. Try to practice some CSS. Modifying your trivia game to fit on a phone. Oh, fun times. And no, not fun times for me. I hate CSS like that. No Twitch boot tonight? Yeah, so it was weird. So OBS was okay, and I was still streaming to YouTube, but I got this weird error in OBS that my stream key was no longer valid. So like I'm checking security settings and shit on YouTube or on Twitch, but then like I ultimately just stopped the YouTube stream, exited OBS, restarted it, and everything works fine. So I don't know, but you're starting to hate CSS too? Yeah. The problems I have with CSS is probably not the ones a lot of people have, but just it's, I don't know. I go way back. Like when I learned HTML, CSS didn't exist. So like CSS is a godsend for the things it does, But it does a lot of weird stuff. But learning all the selectors and stuff that gets weird, and like what actually cascades and what doesn't, and yeah, that's part of the stuff that gets people a lot. But it's okay. Takes time. Good practice will be fine. All right. Seems like an API that's been pieced together from mismatched dinosaur bones, just like JavaScript. Testing done. Ran the unit tests first under Valgrind and called in the turtles as well. All right, so we just added a validation method to one of our data structures. This data structure is, so with libpurple being an extraction layer and protocols needing to have different information to do things, this data structure, it holds all the details for how to create a DM or a group DM. And turns out we didn't have a simple, easy way to validate it. Oh, I wanted to check the docs. So we just wrote a validation function for it, right? And the validation function is pretty simple. It just verifies that there's some. So this data structure holds just a list of participants, but it has some additional information on it. So like a user interface will ask the protocol to create one of these things for them, because the protocols know how many people can be in a conversation, right? And DMs and group DMs are functionally the same. The main difference being that, a DM has one other participant, whereas a group DM has N other people. So the whoever wants to create the conversation will ask the protocol to create these details for them, which will include a maximum number of participants. And the problem is, rather than having every protocol validate that everything was right, we can just do that all in the class. So the first thing we do is we make sure we have a participants object, and it's not null, right? It's been set. We get to list the number of participants in that list, but that's only if this is not null. Otherwise, we initialize to 0, and we have 0 there. Otherwise, we have the actual number. So then if we get a number of 0, right, because this list was empty or it was null, we'll get 0 there. In that case, then we just return an error, and we say validation failed. Here's your error. Likewise, there's a maximum number of participants, but there's this extra caveat where you can set it to 0, which means it's unbounded. So if the maximum participants is 0, then, or if it's greater than 0, meaning there's some bound to it, right? Then we check if the number of participants is greater than that bound, and if so, then we return an error. Otherwise, we return true. Real simple code, but then a whole bunch of unit test code to verify it. And it seems to be working fine and doing the right thing. So that is good. So this is what we're writing right now. So I'm trying to build the dialogue window to create a conversation, right? Open a direct message with somebody or to create a group direct message. And like I had to add some validation code to one of the protocol plugins. And I was like, we should definitely have a helper for this. And that's where we are. But before we actually publish that, grand p Pidgin build libpurple reference libpurple index.html. All right, so if we're right, I don't see it here. All right, well, let's look at enums. We should have create conversation details errors. So that says an enum for this. And that looks all right, but I don't see the error domain, right? So if you go to like docs.gtk.org/glib, right, they have the error domains here. So what did I do wrong? Or is this just not supported with the version we're using, which is possible? Right, so we don't have that error domains thing here. So what did I mess up here? Do I need air quark? Is that the problem? Wait, what? Why do they... This might be something with the language bindings. Limit quark. Excuse me. What? Q-Logic, are you still floating around here? Lurking around? That's what I'm looking for. How's it going, Kelsey? Welcome, welcome. Like, I don't understand. Where are these defined? I don't. Do you know where these come from? Where they're supposed to be? Where? The air quarks. So there's a define that says, you know, G key file air goes to G key file air quark, and then there's a function prototype that returns a G quark for G key file air quark. But where's the implementation? This is what I am confused by. Oh, is there one? That okay, I didn't know that existed. That would make sense. Aha! Okay. Awesome. Okay, I had no idea that thing existed. Thank you. That is very helpful. A convenience macro, which finds the function returning the quark for the name qn. This function will be named qn underscore quark. Note that the quark name will be stringified automatically in the macro. You shouldn't use double quotes. Available since 2.34. This function is not directly available to language bind. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That I was so fucking confused. And that goes in the C file then. Okay. That makes sense. All right. This becomes purple details air Quark. Right, that was the setup. Oh, okay, no parentheses around it though. We're in the decal, we can do that, right? So then, did they have a doc comment on that? I don't think they did. Doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe. Oh no, I would have seen the doc comment in the thing. So yeah, they probably don't document it directly, but that's fine. All right, so then we need to do. Oh, we need to the available macro. Okay, yep. Purple available in 3.0. G Quark. Purple create conversation details. Error Quark. Void. Okay, and then over here. Where roughly do they put these in the files? After their prototypes. Okay, they don't have a name there, that's fine. Alright, we will just put this at the top of our file, G define Quark, the name that goes in it, and then, okay, got it. Sure. G define Quark. Purple create conversation details error. Purple create conversation details error. Now, I don't know if this is going to make it show up as an error domain, but this is definitely something I was missing. What are we working on today? We were trying to work on the create conversation dialogue for creating DMs and group DMs. We ran into some issues. A couple things we got to work through. We got to get done first. That's okay. Found some bugs, fixed some stuff, went from there. So, yay, look at that. Now we have error domains. Okay. We should probably return by create conversation details validation. By create conversation details validation. Now I can. Is he streaming now? The whole "I'm not gonna be awake while you're streaming" thing, and now he's streaming. Nice. It just went live. Cool. All right. This is going into 3791. Obviously, we've got to go through and do this for all the other stuff too. This isn't a huge deal, but it gets stuff documented and stuff, and that's better. Okay, so yep, G Quark, blah blah blah. Let's make sure. Oh yeah, just as air domain for that. Okay. Type functions, Quark. Okay, yeah, we didn't document this. So let's do that real quick. Right, that was for the, yeah. Error domain, for errors with create conversation details. Um, there's and create conversation details. I've been trying to avoid links in this because in the summary then, it looks really weird, right? So, how do I get back to this? This is showing as an enum here. That's all right. So like here it says no description. So if I put a link here in that first thing, it's gonna put the link here, and that's just confusing, right? So give it a quick synopsis, and then go from there. Turns the error domain. Right. So if I put a link in there, this line would have had that link. That's what we're trying to avoid, right? Whereas like the rest of this description will end up here, but that first line will show up in the summary, and that's what we want to try to avoid. So, all right. Then we had another pull request to look at, right? All right. I think we good. 3791. Has been created for this. All right. Oh, I was going to leave that open. Reopen. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh yeah, QLogic fixes. Okay. No changes. Just delete the thing. Yep. Cool. That's fixed. Great work and awesome find. Thank you so much. Ibis. Yeah. Ibis clean, issue up default, issue pull minus U, CD build, RBT land. Minus R. 3790. I was like, what? Like, oh. Huh? Oh. Became a comment. All right, cool. That's not a connection error, but just verify that everything still works as intended. Should version/commit hashes of Ibis and the other libraries we wrote maybe go into the build info in the about window? So we should probably get their versions in there. I don't know that we want to expose the commit hash. Um, like I could go either way. I think I mentioned this before, and QLogic had some reason for it. I think, but I don't remember what it was. Um, but I'm not opposed to it. Like we should definitely have the version as both the build and commit hash or build and runtime versions of them. That said, that whole about window thing, while it's functional the way it is, um, I want to see if we can split some of that stuff out to Ibis, or not Ibis, out to Burb, because a bunch of that stuff is useful for other things, right? Um, so maybe there's a way we can build one of those lists and stuff and have it move to Burb, and then we can just pull it in. Also, I want to move it so that they're actually just list objects that we're not necessarily generating, or maybe we're generating them separately or stuff. There's a bunch of weird ideas there, but regardless, we should probably get those in. So yeah. All right. That said, we are finally at a stopping point. So we are going to get out of here. We are going to go raid Mr. Robotic Head. I should be back on Thursday, but we'll see. Oh, anyways, if you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and hit cancel up above chat. Otherwise, there's nothing else you need to do. In the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, and hit the notification bell to hit your desired level of notification. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I'm not sharing on YouTube right now because it looks like everybody left, and that's fine. And you can also join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord right over here as well. So, thank you everybody for coming by tonight and dealing with the stream problems, all of them. But either way, thanks for coming by, and until next time, adios.